Well, there's no doubt what we thought could happen happened. Now, I just tweeted out here, and by the way, appreciate each and every single one of you coming aboard here. Please hit the like button and super chats go to the top. We will get to them here in a second, but I want to get to this. So this is my story on the supplemental draft. Once it became clear that I wasn't going to be able to go into the NFL draft, once all of my eligibility questions became an issue, my attorney and agent and myself, once I got declared ineligible, thought we were free agents and that we signed a contract with the Buccaneers, a free agent contract. The National Football League said, no, you have to go to the supplemental draft. And we were like, why? We didn't know any of the eligibility issues. And once we missed the 1986 NFL draft, 87 NFL draft, we felt we were a free agent. I actually went to Pete Rozell's office. I just Googled the stories. And by the way, you could see him by just Googling him and going online. And at the end of the day, the National Football League said, we're going to hold a supplemental draft for Brian Bosworth, you, and for Chris Carter. All three of us had separate drafts, okay? And what that now means is this. The only vehicle that he can now go through, Brandon Sorsby, to get to the NFL is to go through the 2027 NFL draft. And that process, and I'll tell you, for him to not be able to, and I think this is going to be kind of like the punishment of a year suspension for him not being able to go into the league this year. This is going to kind of pseudo-suspend that a little bit. So at the end of the day, by the way, it's a first-round talent, and I would have no problem taking a shot at the kid, like the New York Jets or even the Eagles, to send a message to Hurts that this has got to be his year. So we said that this morning with Jason that, hey, we thought the NFL could void this and not put in and have the draft. Well, that's exactly what they've done. The NFL came out and basically, if you look at all indications here, the National League declined to hold a supplemental draft. This is at the league's discretion. Okay? This is at the league's discretion. So, he's got to wait until the 27 draft. And again, there's no doubt the gambling is here's the problem. Okay? Here's the problem that Roger Goodell and the NFL have. So, like with the what was it? Who's the kid that was in Atlanta? By the way, again, welcome aboard here. Okay? So, who's the kid that was in Atlanta that got suspended for a year? Even Isaiah Rodgers got suspended for a year. This kid had over 9,000 bets. You know, if you're going to punish a player for doing 4 or 5 or 6 bets, and you're going to suspend him potentially for a year, you can't turn around and go, well, you know, you just accepted a guy into the supplemental draft that had 9,000 bets and sit there and think that that's going to fly, especially with the Players Association. So, I mean, this kind of makes sense. Calvin Ridley, thank you. And Calvin Ridley was suspended for an entire year for that whole process. How can you not look at it and go, wait a minute, we're going to hold a special supplemental draft for a guy who was thrown out, college because he bet 9,000 times? I think the kid's going to have a tough putt. I hope he gets an opportunity. Like I said, you could beat the shit out of a woman, and you could beat the shit out of a kid. You could smoke crack. You could rob people with armed guards. You can kill people in a car wreck. And the league will be okay with that. And the kid gambling Can't do that. Okay? But at the end of the day, I think, again, the kid will basically get an opportunity, because here's what's going to happen. Even if the kid doesn't get drafted next year in 2027, he's going to have a gigantic opportunity to play in the NFL, because someone's going to hire him and someone will give him an opportunity. Okay? They will. Because, again, can you play? So you can chronicle my story. Was one of the stories. Unfortunately, Brandon Sorsby, they didn't give him. Mine came down because I went to school. Okay? I went to school and I was trying to get into college with better GPA and all that. And again, Sills, what do you think about the Miami Heat trade? Well, it's Pat Riley. Pat Riley went after and got Shaquille O'Neal, Alonzo Mourning, brought all those guys in, and now he's doing it again with Giannis. The Eagles would be great to go after this guy Sorsby next year, because they're going to need a quarterback at the end of this coming season. All right. So that's the story. By the way, you can Google my story. I initially thought I was a free agent after I missed the draft. And I signed a free agent contract with the Buccaneers. NFL came in and said, no, they voided it. Then they came back and they said, you're going into a supplemental draft. And they held one for me, and I was the 56th player taken. And I was the third-round draft choice. So they used a third round on me, number 56. Today would be a second rounder. It'd be a second-round pick today in the NFL, the 56th player taken. So the kid's got a long putt ahead of him. And that's how the supplemental draft does. Now, again, you can apply for one, but the league has to want to give one. And obviously, Park Avenue has a problem with the gambling right now. And this may just be his year suspension. So we'll see. All right. Hit the like button, as we said. Appreciate each and every single one of you coming aboard. That was a nice little curveball being, starting off the program here. I'll say this to you here. We are now 35 days to the start of the Eagle training camp. We are 29 days until the start of Arizona and Carolina's training camp, because they're the teams that are going to play in the Hall of Fame game. And I'll tell you flat out, there's no question. Right out of the gate, two teams have jumped up in the Max Crosby sweepstakes. They are the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. And I do believe that this is a real thing, like it was with Micah Parsons. Crosby makes sense if you look at the numbers. He'll be a free agent in 2030. He's 29, and he only makes $30 million. In my opinion, I'd do a straight-up trade. Jalen Carter to the Raiders and Max Crosby to the Eagles. And I would do it straight up. Maybe Philly could get a fifth or fourth rounder back in return, or maybe a third rounder in return, so that they can cover up the third rounder they lost with Jalen Phillips. That's where I would go. Okay? That, to me, makes sense. Philadelphia Cowboys are in the sweepstakes for Max Crosby. So, what I would do is, and again, folks, the reason that Jalen Carter is never getting a contract extension this offseason is because how he's hedging his bets and he's pausing on the player, or he'd have one. And by the way, he didn't need to wait until June 1 to cut a deal with Jalen Carter to get a deal done. He didn't need to wait because they had contractual rights to the guy. This wasn't like a scenario where they had to wait on A.J. Brown. You could have cut this deal on March 17th and above. You had total, how many? January, March, April, May, June, July. You got 5 freaking months that basically you have all the way until training camp. What are you waiting for? The waiting is this. The Eagles don't want to pay $36 million for a troubled player and a guy they don't trust. I don't give a shit how good you think he is. Nobody gives money to a player that they don't trust, and they don't trust him. And I would say this to you. On the other side of that, there's no doubt that Drew Rosenhaus is not taking anything less than north of what Jeffrey Simmons signed for. You got another contract issue coming up in Tampa Bay. You think that Vita Vea is going to sit there at $17 million? It's 10 times under market price. And Carter is not better than him, even at that advanced age. Dude, I'll give you the best defensive tackles right now in pro football. Top defensive tackles today in the National Football League heading into the 2026 season. And Carter is not one of the top 5 guys. Okay? Here are the top 5 guys. Defensive tackles. Jeffrey Simmons, Chris Jones, Kobe Turner, Derek Brown, and also DeForest Buckner are just some of the guys that are the best defensive tackles, and Dexter Lawrence. Here's what you've gotten with Jalen Carter. An okay rookie year, a really good 24, and a subpar 25. That's not $36 million. That guy has not proven he is a consistent football player every single year yet. Not at all. I'll even make this point. Anybody out there? Oh, Quinnen is better. Absolutely. Quinnen is 10 times the player he is. Ask yourself this. Q and Cooper play great every fucking week. Every freaking game. Every offseason. Every single time. Those guys step on the field, they're good. Carter, that's not the case. And you want to make him one of the highest paid and change the market for a guy that doesn't play like those two guys? Hell, we're starting to get a better production out of the other guy. And you know what that is? You're getting, how about this? A 2-down player outplayed Jalen Carter last year. A 2-down player and Jordan Davis outplayed Jalen Carter last year. Outplayed him. And Chris Jones is still a stud in Kansas City. Sills, obviously agents need to fight for their clients, but do they have to come to Jesus meetings where they tell the player where they fit? Would Drew ever sit Jalen down and shoot straight? Bob, he is not thinking he's wrong here. Rosenhaus is telling you flat out, Bob, Jalen Carter is holding out. When they report to camp on July 28th, he is holding out. Okay? And for the record, the Eagles overpaid for Jordan Davis, but he still outplayed him. 2-down guy, $25 million? Guy had 70 snaps last year at 3rd down. Yeah, all right. Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. Let me tell you this again. Here's the money. Crosby right now is eligible to become a free agent in 2030. He signed a 3-year contract at $106.5. He makes a base of 30. That other $6 million, you can start putting some of that money towards Q or Cooper DeJean. Or sign Moro Ajomo. So let me ask you this. Would you rather have Max Crosby and Moro Ajomo, or no Max Crosby and no Moro Ajomo and Jalen Carter? What would you rather have? 2 good players, really good players, 1 exceptional player, and 1 not so good. What would you rather have? Because you can't have them all. Because you got to pay Q and you got to play Cooper next offseason. How much do you think you're going to get? Get this. See this? Yeah, guess what? Gardner Minshew made the Pro Bowl one year. Dude, you're an idiot. That guy's an idiot. His takes are baked as much as some of the other guys in here's takes are baked. Sills, I'd rather trade for a kid Benton from Pittsburgh, correct? Younger and cheaper and a good player. And then give that guy $25 million because that Benton kid, and you get a 1 back maybe from Pittsburgh, no question. And by the way, do you really believe that Jalen Carter will be a better player than Max Crosby's been? I don't. He hasn't proven it. Paul, Moro, Jomo, and Crosby, excuse me, all day. That's right. And you see a fucking idiot like this, when you don't bring money into an NFL conversation, this guy plays with G.I. Joes and seriously, and has Elmo suits and has coloring books. When you don't talk about money when it comes to building a football team, he has no clue. And it's great content to show you the difference between an idiot that doesn't know the game and that doesn't know that money becomes part of building a roster. This is professional football, man. It starts and ends with money. It starts and ends with dough. Sills, it doesn't matter what Drew thinks. Numbers we discuss here tell the truth. JC's a very good player with a huge upside, but he's immature and non-consistent. That doesn't reset the market. Completely true. Bob, you get it. Some of these homers in here will never get it because they fall in love with these. Who gives a shit what the name on the back of the jersey says? This is about making your football team better. Stop falling in love like these guys are your girlfriends. The owners and GMs don't look at them that way. They'll move off these guys any day. Why do you fall in love with these guys? It's very weird how many of you fall in love with guys. It's wild. They don't look at players like that. Why are you? Why do you look at a guy's name on the back of the jersey and think that the team loves these guys? That is so not true. Hugh Douglas said something today on WIP that is so true. He said that they drafted a guy one year and Andy Reid called him and said, hey, listen, we didn't draft him to replace you. And you know what? Remember that argument many of you had with me last year that Jihad Campbell wasn't signed and drafted to take Nakobe Dean's place? Yes, he did. And yes, he was. He was drafted to take Dean's spot. And you never believed me when I said it. Nakobe Dean was drafted to take Nakobe Dean's roster spot. But you didn't want to hear it. Hugh said the same thing today. Dude, players get drafted at your position, they're looking to replace you. End of story. There's no... The thing that it blows my mind. You look at the name on the back of the jersey and you guys fall in love with these guys, and the general managers and presidents and owners of these teams do not, because they know one day they're going to have to make the tough decision by blowing these guys out for a cheaper player to get the same or maybe just a little bit less production, but it keeps their salary cap. You see, unlike Reyes, who, by the way, I'm sick of reading that guy's bullshit, and I'm not going to. It's all done here. And at the end of the day here, guys, you know what? Plain and simple, those guys don't love these players. They're looking to replace these players all the time. All the time. They're just looking to replace them. Seals, we're here. Seals, you fell in love with Carter in 24. I don't run the fucking team. And I do love the talent. And I do think the player could be something like Jerome. But, dude, when it comes to money, I mean, you're not getting how they run a team. Man, if you don't think salary and conversations on how much you pay players is the number one priority, then you're dismissing Howie Roseman's greatest strength that he has in building a football team. It's crazy. Max Crosby makes sense. You know why? You don't have to overpay for Carter. Let me ask you this. Okay. So, how many people think Jalen Carter has proven he's a $36 million guy and that he should command a Jeffrey Simmons deal based off of what he's done? And by the way, don't look at the freaking winning. It has nothing to do with it. As an individual talent, do you think that that guy in his 3 years as a starter has earned $36 million? Do you think so? Absolutely. When the guy blew out loud last year, got ran over by the Bears. Okay, you see this? Okay, well then why hasn't he got in contract yet? Why hasn't he gotten the contract? And it ain't coming. Why hasn't he gotten the contract? If he's earned it, okay, Chip, why hasn't he gotten the contract? I'll follow it up. Where's the contract? They didn't have to wait until June 1. Where's the contract? Why haven't they made it? Wait a second. You see, where's Reyes? Reyes said last year that the number one priority going into this coming offseason would be Jalen Carter. That's why they got rid of Josh Sweat and Milton Williams. Well, where is the M. Reyes deal for Carter? Where's the M. Reyes deal for Carter? We're 30 days to camp. And the guy's already held out or held in. Where's the contract? Hey, Reyes, are you willing to state right now? Hold on, Reyes, whatever you're saying, I don't give a shit about that. Do you believe that Jalen Carter will have a deal before the start of 2026 NFL season? Like everyone said he would a year ago. I'm saying no way. Do you believe that? Just answer the question. Yes or no? Do you believe Jalen Carter will have this infamous deal we've been waiting for over 2 years? Yes or no? Okay? Do you believe that? Just say it, Reyes. Yes or no? You were wrong a year ago. Well, wait. Before the season? Okay, bro, again, he's going off into this weeds over here about me sucking and whatever. So we'll ask some intelligent human beings this. It's got nothing to do with me, guy. I love when people go after me and my career and have nothing to do with the conversation of Jalen Carter. How fucking wrong can you be? Loved Carter when he was pressuring Stafford in the snow. Oh, and by the way, wrong. You were wrong this week, guy. No, I won't. He'll play. He'll play. He'll play in the NFL. I won't be wrong. Wait and see. Carter, it's not worth it. Shit, dude. You've been wrong all offseason about your boy Carter and about Hurts getting an extension. You've been wrong all offseason, dude. Jalen Hurts getting a contract extension. Carter getting one. Where the fuck are they? A.J. Brown not being traded. You see this dickhead over here? Where is he? This dickhead said A.J. Brown would never be traded. He's gone. And guess what? Where's Jalen's deal? Where's Jalen Carter's deal? You guys have been wrong the entire fucking offseason. The entire offseason. He'll never be traded. This guy's making shit up about A.J. Brown. Bye-bye. 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 Reyes kept telling us all offseason. Reed Blankenship's deal was coming. Never came. Kept telling me that Carter was going to be the number one priority. Never came. Jalen Hurts is getting a contract extension. Never came. Bro, the Eagles aren't signing anybody to a long-term deal this offseason. Nobody except Jordan Davis. Talk about being wrong. You've been wrong the entire fucking offseason. Give me shit about that. Guy. That other guy, too. AJ would never be traded. Whatever. Gone. And as we said, 1,000% to New England. So this guy's been on the trade block a few times. By the way, how about this? I think you overpaid for Jordan Davis. You paid $25 million for a two-down guy? Okay. Two-down guy? All right. And you were still 20th in run defense. Davis was a cheaper option. That's a true statement, too. Moro Ajomo earned an overall grade of 72.9 for the 25 season. This ranked him 19th among 135 qualified DTs. Carter earned a 60 overall PFF grading of a 58th ranking for defensive tackles. Yeah, there's your Pro Bowler. The guy was like the 87th ranked defensive tackle last year. 87th. And you want to pay that guy $36 million. That's a good receipt, but just remember, you said AJ wasn't traded. Of course, they don't remember that shit. James Bradbury had one good year in 22 and got $20 million. Zander's got a show in the morning when he comes back from his honeymoon. This is my show. Carter does get a lot of double teams. Well, when you're $36 million, congratulations for not robbing a bank. This is one of the reasons why you get $36 million. Is because you are that guy. Congratulations for not robbing a bank. Jordan Davis has been on an uptrend since he got drafted. Carter has been on a downtrend. Agreed. I like Carter, but they're probably going to check on his shoulders before they pay him. But what do I know? Dude, according to Vic Fangio, at the end of the day, according to Vic Fangio, his shoulders are fine. Hey, by the way, I'm in the camp now that I would trade his ass. I'm in the camp now that I would trade his ass. Come on, dude. Are you kidding me? I'm starting to believe here that, get this, Salty, ask yourself this, guys, okay? To the smart folks in here. What's the holdup? What's the holdup? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for on Jalen Carter? Okay? What's the holdup? Okay, Paul, what's the holdup? They're moving money around? Where? With who? They're not restructuring anybody's contract. I mean, okay, hold on. What's the holdup? What's the holdup? Okay, why isn't this been a priority? RC, look at this. Carter's 3 times better than Davis. Then why haven't they signed him? You guys can't answer the question. You don't have to wait until any particular date. All you had to wait until was March 14th, the start of the new year. Okay, January, March, April, May, June. You've had 4 months to cut a contract. Why haven't you signed him? And why is his name in every trade conversation? Any answers? What, anybody? Sills, why do they have to do it now anyway? Because, Professor, one of the reasons that you moved off of Milton Williams and Josh Sweat was for this prime reason. You lost 2 good football players that you would never had to have gone into a trade to get Jalen Phillips, and you could have signed Milton. That's why. And what's crazy is those were 2 players that you got in the 4th and the 3rd round and developed, and you let them walk out the building for nothing. And all you got in return was the comp picks. Okay? And turned around and had to go and give another 3 and $28 million to Jonathan Grenard. Simple as that. Okay? I rarely do this. Okay? Sales 26 is the trickle-down economics year. Howie's the best GM at playing Mr. Laurie CPA based on the upcoming 26 player and coaching results. I am all for the organization on a wait-and-see year with the money. So since you're doing top 10 list, I got one for you. If you're up for it, in honor of the World Cup, which country has the most attractive women? Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, France. Whew. Man, I'll have to get back to you, Eduardo, but I appreciate it, though. Thank you, bro. Man, Brazil. Sills, I agree, however. He's only entering year 4. Wait until next summer. You either pay him big year. How about this, Professor? Here's the difference. Christian Gonzalez and Witherspoon are actively negotiating a contract, and they're close to market-setting deals and where they're going from that 2023 draft. And that deal, both of those players are saying it'll be done by training camp. Even the organization is saying that. The Patriots believe here that they're close, and the Patriots said that they're close to giving Gonzalez and having that contract wrapped up by Gonzalez contract wrapped up by training camp. Wrapped up by Patriot. Here, I'll tell you what we'll do too. Let me ask Alonzo. You think the Gonzalez deal gets done by training camp? We'll just ask the second in control of the personnel department. Alonzo, You think that Gonzalez deal? You think that Gonzalez deal gets done before training camp? Deal gets done before training camp. Just sent it to Alonzo. So we'll see what he says. By the way, Alonzo was dead on with the AJ stuff too, as always. Patriots have the money. It helps the Eagles are still paying for AJ. I have never used DoorDash or Uber Eats in my life. I have. We're going to find out here in a minute. Alonzo, text me back. Let's see here. Not the spammers. There we go. The longer they wait to sign Carter, the more chances some of their DTs get a deal. We're not going to trade a guy with shoulder issues for a guy who's older, has knee issues. If Carter's traded, it'll be next year. Bro, you could play without a meniscus. Max Crosby's going to put 900 reps in this year. Let me see. Last 5 years, how many reps has Max Crosby played? Let's see if he's injury prone. Let's look at Max Crosby. How many games he's missed in his career with these so-called knee injuries, no knee problems. Personally, I think Baltimore got, not because of the knee, in my opinion, I think they got pissed off because they gave 2 1s up for him. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 5 years, he's missed 6 games. In 5 years, he's missed 6 games. Sills, the reason why the organization and Carter have not agreed to terms because the Eagles want to wait 1 more year to see consistency, and Carter won't wait that year and will ask for a trade. Correct. Dr. Trout said playing on the torn meniscus destroyed the structural components of his knee. What I remember him saying, by the way, we should get Dr. Chow on again. And we should ask him about that, about those shoulders also. As a matter of fact, we're going to do that tomorrow. Who would you compare Crosby to? Max Crosby. Who would I compare Max Crosby to? Who would I? You want to go old school? I say somebody like Howie Long. Yeah, Denny. Howie Long. Howie Long. Jared Allen. I like that. Jared Allen. The guy who played in Minnesota. A little better than Justin Tuck. Yeah. That's who I compare him to. Drew wants the money now. Drew, I'm saying, wants the money now because he saw how Carter's body did when the Eagles played him all those reps. in the Super Bowl year. Drew loses leverage if Carter is worn down and in his 5th year. That's a great take by you. How long did Howie play? I think Howie played about 13 years. How long did Howie Long play? I think he played 13 or 14 years. Howie Long. How many years did Howie play? 13 years. 91 sacks. Personally, Max Crosby's had a better career. Let me see if he's had a better start. Let me go back here with Max. Max has had a better start to his career. Let's see. No, it's about the same. First 5 years, 10, 7, 8, 12 and a half, 14 and a half, 7. TFLs are insane. 22, 23 led the league. Last year, he had 28 tackles for losses, 10 sacks. Did that with 2 less games. Probably would have ended up with 13 and a half sacks. He's got 69 and a half sacks in 7 years. He's averaging 10 sacks a year. He's made the Pro Bowl 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. He's been in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year 3 times. He's a hell of a football player. Dude, get the fuck out of here because of reps. The dude has only played 3 seasons. If your body can't hold up after 3, how can I suppose you to trust you to go forward? David, totally true. Plus, how he played in an era where they ran the ball more. That's fair. You're right. Totally. Okay. I mean, totally true. Absolutely. No question. Seals, would it worry you if we had 2 30-year-old? Yeah, that's a good take, Drew. Drew, that's a good take. Seals, would it worry you if you had 2 30-year-olds with a lot of snaps and injury concerns starting at edge and no Carter? Yeah. Drew? Yes. But Drew, you would have both ends set up for the next 2 years with no worries in salaries. And you would have Grenard and Crosby. Whereas if you sign Carter, you're not signing a Jomo. What are you going to do? Give Jomo $25 million too? Grenard $25 million? Davis $25 million? Carter $36 million? You're going to put that much money in your front? There's no NFL team in football that has that. And those guys aren't all the best players at their position. And you want to pay that front, that money, when your best front was 2020. They're not a better front than 2024. Now with Crosby, again, but Drew, the age, you're right. Okay? See here. Ajomo will get paid somewhere else. That's why they drafted the guy from Africa. You think Josh Sweat is still an option? I don't know what Arizona's doing. There's a lot of teams now looking at what they have coming out of training camp or OTAs in minicamp and saying, maybe we need to spark this conversation up again. So this is just me. I think the Raiders are going edge and return like Jalix Hunt in a 3rd rounder. No way. If they trade for Crosby, dude, you're not going to add another $30 million and then turn around and pay Carter 36, 25 and 25. You're talking Kyle, it's got to fit money-wise. So you're going to keep Carter at 36 then, because you're going to give Grenard 25. That's 61 million in them two players. You gave Davis 25. That's 86. And then you're going to get Crosby at 30. That's $116 million in 4 dudes. What about the rest of your football team? What about the rest of those guys? Like Cooper and them guys, you're going to turn around and pay what? By the way, what's the cap expected to be in 2027? Cap NFL expectations. How high? $301. What was it in 25? What was the cap? What's the 2026 cap? NFL. Cap this year was what? NFL salary cap. And 26 is 301. In 2027, what will it be? 328. Dude, it's going up only $25 million. You're spending money like you're a drunken sailor. Right. I mean, you're talking about you're talking about a $20 million increase. That's not a lot. And by the way, as we said, here's Crosby's contract here. Okay? Now, again, there's a potential out after 27. Oh, excuse me, potential out after 28. He signed a 3-year, $93.734 million deal. So after the 28-year on his contract, 25, he made 32.5. Base, 26, he's making 30 with a signing bonus of 2.6, restructure of a 2.5, cap hit of 35.7. He'll be an unrestricted free agent in 2030. That's his current contract. Seals, your thoughts on Eagles organization putting in a hush-hush blind pick for Sorsby? We believe in rehabilitation. I'm cool with it. NFL's not having a supplemental draft, bro. And again, you know, we said here's the latest too. Brendan Sorsby's attorney, Jeffrey Kelsley, tells ESPN of the NFL's decision to not hold a supplemental draft is a violation of the CBA and the law. We will pursue this immediately with the NFLPA. How can you pursue that with the NFL Players Association when you're not a member? Guys, I want to show you something. NFL voids Sileo's contract. Let's see if I can bring that up, that story, and I'll show you where he is. And we'll get back to Jalen Carter here in a minute. NFL voids Sileo's contract. And we thought the same thing. My agent and I. Let's see here. If I can bring this up. Dan. Let's see here. See? Okay. Sileo's contract. See if I can get this. Hold on here. I got it because I got a paywall here. But this was the LA Times. Damn it. Well, at the bottom, you can see it. Sileo's contract damn it. Sileo's contract with Tampa Bay ruled out by NFL, LA Times. And we had thought initially that we were a free agent after we missed the 1987 NFL draft. And we were like, no, I don't need to go into a supplemental draft. And I don't want to go in a supplemental draft. I wanted to be able to pick my own team because we felt we had a loophole. And I had 32 teams after me. And I was going to pick and choose where I was going to go play. Pete Rozelle, here, I got another story. Rozelle set the rule on Sileo. Rozelle set the rule on Sileo. Here. And this is what Brandon Sorsby is going through right now. So right there, that's what I can't. Let's see here. Maybe I could do it with the white background. There it is. That's a little better. Rozelle set Rozelle to rule on Sileo today. And I was in his office. And Sileo to rule right there. See that? Rozelle to rule on Sileo today. And I had to go to his office. And we had these crazy conversations. I remember sitting in front of Pete Rozelle going, I'm a free agent, dude. I'm not going into any fucking supplemental draft. And he goes like this. And I said it just like that with Bob Wolf and Randy Vataha. And I'm like, I'm not going to any supplemental draft. And he goes, you are going to supplemental draft and you're going to like it or you're not going to play this year. Okay. Sileo from Miami, Florida was declared ineligible for college play Friday by the NCAA, which ruled his 5-year eligibility ran out in 86, season which he enrolled for 9 credits. Right. Everyone knows 9 credits is not full-time. I was never full-time. No, but everyone knows full-time is not 9 credits. I'm the only guy in NCAA history that 9 credits was full-time. I mean, everybody knows. It's part-time if you're under 12 credits. They didn't want me playing for Miami no matter what. They did not want me. No. This is the one. I showed you that Rozelle, though. I had to go up to New York and see when the NFL wants a supplemental draft. The kid, okay? Get this. See this? Not a part-time player guy. I took 9 credits so that I could get ahead of the game to get an education and graduate. So I took 9 credits. Doesn't start my clock. So I took 9 credits. Okay? And get this. Here. What's full-time student in college? NCAA rules. Watch this. What is full-time student in credits for the NCAA? $12 credits per semester. I'm the only kid in the history. But by the way, I still got drafted and I still got $1 million. Could have been. Could have been. So was Jimmy Johnson pissed about them making you ineligible? Yeah. Absolutely. I was on every preseason All-American team. Yeah, it was shitty, man. I was going to be the 8th or 9th player taken the following year after Jerome. I still went 56. Hey, Sills, if we agree that the team is going away from Jalen's strengths, is it Howie's ego? Are they on drugs for changing what has worked? Yeah. Yes. He said he majored in lunch. I'm done. Hey, lunch? Communications? Sure. I think they're the same. Hey, what degree do you want? Albert Beer posted Sorsby's letter from NFL Management Council. They roasted the kid. Did they? Let me read that. Okay, let me see here. You know, we Jason and I were on my my morning show today, and Jason didn't realize, but I said it. I said that, you know what? They may not hold this thing. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Sorsby, we are in receipt of your petition for special eligibility. Dated June 16th, as announced early today, the league has selected not to conduct a supplemental draft this year. Under our collective bargaining agreement, the league retains sole discretion to determine whether it is appropriate to conduct a supplemental draft in any year. The league has not conducted such a draft for several years, and prior to your submission, the league had no plans to do so this year. And no other player has sought entry. Your petition filed 3 business days before the deadline without any supporting information. That's bullshit. I was declared ineligible on a Friday, and they held a supplemental draft the next day. That's bullshit. They can fight that. That is total bullshit. That they needed time, that's not true. The sole reasons identified in your petition for seeking entry into the supplemental draft are that you have been declared ineligible by the NCAA and have exhausted all your avenues to continue. So did I. I had a draft the next day and want to come now and play in the NFL. The petition provides no information regarding basis for or timing of the NCAA's decision. Public sources, however, indicate that May of 26, the NCAA issued a determination declaring you permanently ineligible. Yeah, but a judge overturned that in a court last month. They're going to win this case. The league does not have the complete record of the NCAA's investigation. They may get away there on that. And you did not provide any such materials for your petition. This is true. Available information, nevertheless, indicates that over the course of your college career, you knowingly engaged in repeated significant violations of NCAA rules designed to preserve the integrity of the athletic competition. Reported conduct includes placing wagers on your own teammates, and to avoid detention. Establishing or funding accounts in the names of intermediaries and placing bets on the behalf. There are also reports that you may have violated state law. Your petition does not address these matters. Yeah, you know what they did? His agent was ill-prepared for this. They just thought they were going to throw in there and get, hey, Sills, was Jerome a positive influence on you, or did you guys play off of each other, not only in sports, but in life as well? Jerome's, yes, all of that. Yes. I wanted, dude, every time I saw that guy play and how as great as he was, I wanted to be that great. And he saw how I was around people, and I think I rubbed off on him. Dude, we were very close. Very close friends. Very close. Like, dude, very close. My wife's downstairs was at his funeral. I mean, very close. My wife didn't even meet the guy. She's crying her ass off for him because she knew how close we were. My wife walks into the church and sees all her favorite football players. Reggie's in there. Everyone's in there. It was crazy. What would be more beneficial for the Eagles? Running back another season with AJ, with Patullo and Nick running the offense, or no AJ, but a great play caller and designer as OC? I love that take. Okay? I love that take. That's a great. Well, bro, you won 11 ball games with AJ and Nick. How do you know the next year you wouldn't have been better? Right? How do you know? Dude, I didn't realize that the NFL doesn't hold a supplemental every year. Okay? And let me see here. Well, he's going to be eligible to be a free agent. You know, you may not draft him, but he's going to be eligible to be a free agent. If nobody signs him or nobody drafts him, he'll be a free agent. And the team could sign him then. Would the Eagles trade Jalen Carter for Bijan Robinson? Why would the Falcons do that? That guy's a solid player every year. Carter's not. So let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize that. Jason was correct. He will never get. You know what? By the way, Jason called me prior to the program. Okay? That letter's damning. There is no doubt that letter's damning. And if you read that letter, let's see what, and let me see what. Yeah, at the very end. Listen to this. As Commissioner Goodell has emphasized, participation in the NFL is a privilege that carries with it significant responsibilities, including accountability by all accounts. You are a talented player with a potential for future success. We encourage you to focus on preparing for possible entry into the National Football League's 2027 annual draft. I think they're using this as a suspension. And they don't want him in the league this year. But they're going to allow him to be able to, bro, he's going to be eligible to be in the draft. Just, they're not going to hold a special draft for him. I didn't realize how special those drafts were until this now. I thought they could hold those things anytime they want. I didn't know the league basically go yeah or no. No wonder, man. I bet you players probably apply for the draft every year and don't get in. I don't even remember. As a matter of fact, I don't remember myself even applying for it. I think they just threw me in it. Like, you're going in. Bro, I was in Park Avenue in Pete Rozell's office as a 22-year-old kid. I'm looking him across the face, and he's there. Paul Tagliabue was an assistant. I'm in there with Bob Wolf and Randy Fataha. We're at Park Avenue, and there's a hollering match going on. You didn't know that I was a free agent. That's on you, not me. And Rozell's like, how would we know that? You just got declared ineligible. I said, well, I didn't know. How would I know? The NCAA made this bullshit story up. Dude, everybody knows 12 credits is full-time, not 9. They made that up. This is why I hate the NCAA. They made that fucking story up. They didn't want me to play college ball at Miami because I had murdered people the year before, and they knew what we were going to do the following year. We won the national title anyway. That's how good we were. I was going to fucking terrorize people. They did not want me to play. So they made a rule up. This is why I hate those people. And I hope they burn the NCAA down. 9 credits is full-time. In what world? I mean, in what world? I mean, get this. In no time in NCAA history has a guy ever been declared full-time as less than 12 credits. Everyone knows 3 classes is not full-time. You got to take 4. And no, they made that bullshit up. They totally made it up. We were going to go to court. Okay? We were going to go to court. It was all about me, jackass. Okay? And by the way, going into the supplemental draft is not the way you want to go. And so we first signed a contract. Hey, Rasputin, you need to look for the article that says Sileo contract voided by the NFL. Because then the next comment would be the one where Sileo goes to the NFL the right way. And I had to go into the draft. Tom McEwen wrote one. Let me see if I can get that one up too. And McEwen wrote that. Sileo a buck the right way. Sileo a buck the NFL way. I thought it was kind of dorky, but okay. And yeah, Sileo a buck the NFL. Sileo a buck the NFL way. Dan Sileo. This supplemental draft is wild. It's a wild way to go. Let's see if I got that here. Let me see here. Dude, he's going through the same shit I did. And he's going through the same crap. Let me see here, photo. See if I got that. It's pretty cool. Let's see here. I've got this because I just looked at it because somebody was asking me on the NFL Network about going into the supplemental draft and how crazy it was for you. And I said, yeah, man. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to go down that lane because I knew I was going to face all this other bullshit. And the league was going to come up with all this other stuff. And I didn't know that the league had total discretion. I don't believe the league's wrong. If I remember right, the league came to me and told me, well, you know what? You should be lucky that we're holding one because we never hold one. Okay? Let's see here. Yeah, and by the way, that's why they made up that whole fucking thing about 9 credits. Silly old buck. Damn it, I can't find it. It was it was on the front page of the Tampa Tribune. And initially it signed, and then they took it away. Then they had given me money already. I had to give the signing bonus of $400,000 back. I had a $400,000 signing bonus. And the same money that Jerome got. I signed Jerome's contract. Jerome got 1.9, I got 1.75. See? Dan Sileo, former University of Miami defensive tackle, ruled ineligible in national agreed to terms with a free agent contract with Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's right. Sileo was told by the NCAA on Friday that his 5-year eligibility had run out. 9 credits. Correct. Then they voided that, and I had to go into the supplemental. With most schools considered 9 credits part-time, Maryland considers it a full-time student load and sent Miami a letter questioning Sileo's eligibility. And get this, University of Miami, full-time student, how many credits do you have? What is a full-time student? What is a full-time student at Maryland in credits. $12. Graduate is $9. $12 is the absolute minimum for full-time at the University of Maryland. By the way, Rasputin, you want to hear something so fucked up? I lettered as a freshman at Maryland, but because they didn't want me to consider myself a full-time student, they didn't give me a letter. And I was the backup defensive tackle my freshman year when we won that thing behind me on the wall right there, where that Robustelli thing is, the ACC championship. They wouldn't give me my freshman letter, my varsity letter. Everyone else, oh my God. And you see my aunt? My aunt and my grandmother went into Bobby Ross's office and couldn't believe it. And my aunt regrets to this day not challenging them when I was at Miami. I mean, dude, they made this all up. Okay? I mean, I have never heard in 67 years on earth that 9 credits is considered full-time. It's 12 to 15 credits everywhere. Yep. And they just took the year away. They made it up. They just so don't believe anything the NCAA says. They took my senior year away from me because they didn't want me to play at Miami. And Jimmy even said the same thing that some of you are saying. He's one dude. What do you care? Seals, what would college football look like without the NCAA? The SEC was playing around with the idea and leaving all together. They should. They should. And by the way, just so all you know, I was looking to get credits to raise my grade point average heading into school. I wanted to better myself. That's all it was. We weren't trying to do anything stupid. That's why I took less than full time, so my clock wouldn't start. We did that. They came back, and I'll tell you what, man, they didn't want me playing. Jimmy came to me and said, "Do you want us to fight it?" And I said no, because you know why? My teammates had gone through enough. We got it. We got a what's that thing called? I got an injunction. Dan Sileo gets injunction to play. Gets an injunction to practice. It was to practice. But the only reason that I got it was because Judge Gale was a Miami Hurricane alumni. And I had a chance to go back and practice. But it was only for 3 or 4 days. And then after that, I got declared ineligible. And then that's when I had to go. I signed get this. I flew up and met with the Bucks. Supplemental draft was better than trying to go up against the NCAA and lose. It was. Okay? It was. Doesn't consider 9 credits full time. It would probably overrule. Oh, yeah. I would have won that case today. Oh, I would have. I would have won that case today. They wouldn't have held up in court. No freaking way would it have. So, Sills, please correct me. And thanks for the knowledge. And Sorsby will or will not be eligible to play in the league. He'll be eligible to play in the league in 2027. One day, or will his lawyers need the Supreme Court for it? No, he'll be eligible to play in 2027. Now, whether they draft him or not, if they don't, a team will have the ability to sign him. He'll go under every single thing that every player goes through coming up this year. He'll be eligible for the draft. Then he'll get a chance to get drafted. And if he doesn't, he'll be a free agent. And that means anybody could sign him. How confident are you about the future of Penn State football program, Sills? Completely 1,000% confident. The only problem that I think you guys have, you got to start recognizing your past, bro. You got to start recognizing Joe Paterno and what he meant to your football program and stop hiding behind it. James Franklin was never going to be Joe Paterno. And you're going to go, well, what about the shit that happened? I get it. That's part of the story. But building that football program, Penn State is not Penn State since Paterno left. You're kind of good. You're not Penn State. When I see those Penn State teams play, that's not Penn State. I mean, that's not Penn State football. They're kind of good, but they're not Penn State. You're not the program that you used to be. You get good talent in there. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, that whole region, fucking guys are great. But you don't have the coaching. You don't have all of that. And, okay, you're just not Penn State. You wear Penn State's jerseys. Joe Paterno wasn't. Block like in 2019, what year were you in? How about 2026? Nobody knew. Oh. Penn State under Franklin can only beat Spider Rico. Correct. They're not a foot. Penn State is a little better than Pitt. Got great talent. But it's not Penn State. Dude, Penn State was great in the D-lines and O-lines. And great in coaching. Paterno was a spectacular coach. Y'all, Mark does it. Is glazed Dak and talks about how he's going to eat in his garage when he goes and hides from his wife. So it's not to bring up old hat as scumbag Sandusky killed Paterno. Yeah, but I'll say it one more time, and I loved Joe Paterno. However, I'll say it. Joe Paterno's not responsible for anything that went on with Jerry Sandusky. He is not responsible one way. There's no way. However, he's accountable. It's his program. If that shit was going on under his program, his name's on the marquee, dude. All the things that go on under the marquee with your name on it, that's on you. And that's part of the story of Joe Paterno is that, you know, he's not responsible. Paterno's not responsible for that animal. He's accountable, though. Because once they started knowing that this guy was starting to do shit like that, dude, I got to tell you, one thing that I'll never forget, I was doing morning sports in Tampa, and when by the way, Jerry Sandusky came into my house and recruited me for Penn State. And he's one of the greatest coordinators of all time. And when that guy resigned, I couldn't believe it. I sat there and I went, man, I was the heir apparent to Joe Paterno. He resigned? That guy was in line to be the next head football coach at Penn State. Okay? He was the next guy. And when that guy ended up resigning, I was like, what happened there? There must have been a falling out. Nobody could have ever imagined that that guy was an animal like that. And nobody. I talked to Matt Millen, Bruce Clark, all them guys that was there during that time. Nobody could believe it. Okay? I love Rocco Beck, Anthony Beck's son. I think he's a really good quarterback, and I think he's going to do some good things up there with Matt Campbell. He went to school at where did he go? Wesley Chapel, in the Tampa Bay area. He was a quarterback down there. He did some really good things at Iowa State. I love the kid. I think they're going to win a lot of games, and I think Penn State's going to shock some people this year. He's a really good kid, and Matt Campbell's a hell of a coach. I think Penn State got a really good coach in Matt Campbell. He's a great coach, and I'm pulling for him. By the way, I'm pulling for Penn State, believe it or not, to come back and beat Penn State. Penn State, with that fan base and with the recruiting of Southern New Jersey, all of New Jersey, actually, all the way up to Passaic and New York and Ohio and like Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is so great. So great a high school football talent. That's like Jeffrey Epstein recruiting you sitting on your couch. You didn't know. Dude, I was 19 years old. I was 18 years old when he walked into my house with my granddad and my grandma there. And it was Jerry Sandusky, who is one of the greatest defensive coordinators of all time. I'm 19 years old. I was a junior going into my senior year in high school. How the fuck would I know anything? Joe Paterno is a parasite to the way I see it. Of course, he would say that. Because, again, you sit back on your keyboard and you sit there and type that, and you have no idea of anybody who knows who he is or what he is. You have no idea about him. Then again, I don't bug out on that shit because most of you in here, I mean, you pretend you know these people. Sills, caught in the middle here. The NFL has the right to keep Sorsby out. NFL is a private and works under antitrust exemptions, but siding the shield is siding with Goodell, and he's a snake. Yeah, this is in the best interest of the NFL not wanting to look at gambling. Get this, though, too, Bob. You know what's fucked up about the whole thing with gambling and Sorsby? Hey, Bob, do you know where the national championship game is being held this year? Do you know where the national does anybody in here know where the national championship game is being held? Anybody? Las Vegas. So you're telling me about gambling and the national championship game is in Vegas. Talk about hypocrites. Talk about hypocrites. All right, we're going to get back into the Eagles here in a second. Sorsby's attorney, the NFL's decision to not hold a supplemental draft. Yes, I think that's going to be a case. I do. Let's see here. Brandon Sorsby cannot be signed as a free agent. He can play in other professional leagues, but not in the NFL in 26 based on this news. That's correct. NFL has to put you in a supplemental draft. Joe reported it to the president of the school. He was the coach, football coach, not a dean. He followed protocol and got fired for some freak Sandusky. J-Mac was talking about FIVA as ruined journalism. My father-in-law is a retired sports journalist in Poland. We agree with this. He told me to change that. Pretty cool, man. Again, like I said about Paterno. Oh, one last thing on Joe. I had a great relationship with the guy. It started off kind of wild. I've told some of you the story. You know, he thought a lot of me. And after the national championship game, I flew back to New York. 5-hour flight. Joe Paterno sitting right next to me. It was my birthday. January 3rd, it was my birthday. I'm flying back. My aunt was there at the game, too. And I was flying back. Paterno looked at me. He goes, things are going to work out. You'll be all right. Like, yeah, man. He goes, you're too good a player. Don't worry about it. He goes, my issue was, how the hell did you get away from me? And I was like, Coach, you know, you came up and recruited me twice. And then all of a sudden, I think you heard that I was going to Pitt. And he was like, well, did you take a visit to Pitt? I said, yeah, I went to Pitt. And I took a recruiting trip with Tony Brown. We went to Pittsburgh together on a recruiting trip. Tony ended up signing. We had a bunch of guys go to Pitt for my high school. Pazzulli, Tony Brown, all played on my high school football team, went to Pitt. And I wanted to do something different. I didn't want to go where they went. And I remember it was, who was it? It was Jackie Sherrill. Jackie Sherrill's like, hey, would love to have you come follow your friends. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. And they were shocked. So Randy White recruited me, and I went to Maryland. I was never going to leave Maryland. I was never going to leave. And then we got in trouble there. Then I was going to go to either Oklahoma or LSU. And Jimmy came in at the last second because Bernie Kosar. Bernie came on the program and told you. Bernie was the guy, man. Bernie called Jimmy up. You got to get this guy. This is Pazzulli's boy. You got to get Sileo. And so I got a call from Butch Davis. Hey, I go, Coach, I just signed a scholarship with Oklahoma. He goes, can you get out of it, you think? I go, why? He goes, because you'll play here. I'm like, Coach, I'm not going to play there. You got 1,000 guys. You just won a national title 2 years earlier. And I'm like, I go, Barry says I'm going to play at Oklahoma. And, dude, I told you, man. I mean, Coach Switzer's my boy, man. I love the guy. And I'm one of only 5 recruits from the New England area that he ever recruited because he didn't believe New England football players were good. But he gave me a scholarship. He goes, I think you're a good player, man. And I hate players from up there, you Yankee. And I'm like, Coach, I'll come there and play. And he goes, I know you will. I want you to. I had to call him up and I go, you know, man, my grandfather doesn't want me to go far away. Because my aunt and my grandmother came down to every home game. Every home game I played, they came down. They were there. Every single game. Whether I was at Maryland or I was at Miami, they came to every game. And it was easy for them. And Grandpa goes, you want to go out there to the Midwest? You hated the Midwest. I said I did. So I called Coach Switzer. He goes, I'm going to let you out of this. Where are you going? And I had to lie. Because if I told him Jimmy Johnson, he may not have let me out of it. Because guess why? Over the next 3 years, they would go 33-3, and they'd lose all 3 games to us. And I was on those teams. and believe me, I was on those teams. He was 33-3 with 3 losses to University of Miami. And I happened to be on those teams. And he's like, yeah, I wouldn't have done that again. So, yeah, I mean, then I ended up going to Miami. And that's how I got there. Your generation cracks me up. Joe never touched a person, but your generation wants to hang anyone, even someone who did not touch anyone. Oh, but he might have known. Ridiculous. Hi, Sills. I hope it doesn't sound like a dumb question, but when you played in the NFL and you retired, does your pension go up with current inflation? Yes, it's modified. If you play, now it's 2 years. Before it used to be 4 years. You get half a pension at 2. 4, if you get 4 credited years, you get a full pension. However, you don't get lifetime benefits. Your medical runs out after 10 years, and you're on your own. And then you just get a pension. You don't get your full medical. You know who the only guy that gets his full medical is? Roger Goodell. Guy never played a fucking down in his life. Sills, who made the decision to make you ineligible? The Gators of Gainesville? No, NCAA. I was supposed to play in that game. And by the way, douchebag, it's not reminiscing. It's talking about Sorsby and what he went through just now and what I went through, because I went through the same thing. It's here to help you, guy. If you can't follow along, I understand that this is probably a more difficult show for you to follow along. I'm sure there's weak-ass shows in Philly that you could just meander through, and you don't have to use that 6-cent brain cell of yours. So, okay, reminiscing, we're talking about fucking the supplemental draft. And somebody asked me a question, and I answered it. If that's too difficult for you, do me a favor. It's understood that you need a sippy cup and a little baby chair. Hang in there, guy. Hopefully it gets easier for you understanding. I mean, do you know why the say Oklahoma is okay as a model and can't spell mediocrity? Hey, I'll tell you what. You know why they call it Sooners? Because they had the Land Act of 1849, and people got there sooner than they were supposed to, and they grabbed up spots of land and took it for themselves instead of waiting, and that's why they called them Sooners. I don't know what you're talking about. If you had to do it all over again, when you have skipped to Maryland and went right to, I would have went right to Miami. Yes. I would have went right to Miami. I would have went down. You know, I didn't really want to go south. I didn't want to go too far south. Dude, I was getting recruited by LSU in those places. I saw those things on TV with the Confederate flags and shit. I didn't want anything to do with that. That wasn't my deal. I don't want none of that. And I didn't realize it until I got down to South Florida. Then I got down to Florida. And it was a little more, you know, I understood it a little bit better, you know, and the people are great. I love the state of Florida. So it was all good. You just have, you know, all the shit you read in books, all the stuff you see, like, you know, with the Confederate flags and, you know, segregation and shit. I didn't want nothing to do with any of that shit. I just wanted to go play football somewhere. And I was only like 5 hours. I could get on my train outside my grandpa's house, and I could get on a train, and I could take the train down to College Park. Someone picked me up, and I'm like right there. I could just get on a train. I could go get on like a 45-minute airplane. I'll tell you something, Kim, that used to be really great. And my aunt's in here, and she used to see this every single time I came home. Betty, tell these people this. So we had 3 players from Stamford, Connecticut at Maryland. Victor Kronberg, myself, and John Sobrowski. We all went to the same high school. And in the car was Swede, Pete Koch. You know the guy in Heartbreak Ridge? The big, tall guy? The big guy? Well, he played with me at Maryland. And guess who was in the car too? Boomer Esiason. Every single time we came home for the holidays, going back and forth, we were in that car for 5 hours. Me, Boomer, Pete, and Vic, and Sabrowski. And sometimes we'd get Frank Wright fit in there. And we're driving, because Frank's up from New York. And there's all of us sitting in the car. This is 40 years ago. Frank Wright is in the car. Frank is with us. Boomer's with us. The three kids from Stanford. And we're sitting in the car. And Pete Koch. And Pete Koch is 6'6". You saw him in that movie. Fucking crazy. We tell the story to this day. Can you imagine all of us, man? We're in our early 20s. And we're going up and down like I-95 and going on the Jersey Turnpike. And we did that for like 2 years. Up and down the Jersey Turnpike. And Vic would drive up and back and forth. And we'd all meet and we would drive back. It was crazy. And sometimes they'd pick me up at my grandpa's house. And there's Boomer Esiason in the car. We're all like, yeah, hey, done. Let's see here. Louisiana people are the worst. It's not even close. Racist, still fighting the Civil War. They hate literally everyone, but the people who grew up next door. Hey, I'm just telling you, man. I was going to go to LSU. Robustelli had set up a recruiting trip, and I went there. It was between Oklahoma and LSU, where I was going to go, and Miami, after I left Maryland. So let me get here. Let me go here now. How many people believe that Howie will make a mistake if he doesn't sign Jalen Carter this offseason? How many people believe that Howie will make a mistake if they don't sign him? Well, Sue, you can't have it both ways. The agent wants his money. The Eagles want to wait. The Eagles may be forced to wait. I don't think I'll make a mistake. I love Georgia players. I'm a diehard Georgia fan, but Carter's got issues in his attitude and maturity. If he can fix that this season, great. If not, let him walk. I think the mistake if he does. Okay. I don't think it's a mistake to wait till he proves himself. How he signs Jalen Carter when he shows he's healthy and plays up to his draft stock. The smart move would be not to sign. He needs to prove something. If he don't, then do it in another city. Guys, I'm going to put this out here to you, man. Drew Rosenhaus wants his money. He wants the money for the kid. This is not going to be an easy negotiation. By the way, there's something else to think about that you guys got to look at too, okay? There's something else that you got to put in context here. What a feather in the cap it would be for Drew Rosenhaus for him to get into a contract issue with Howie Roseman and actually win. You think Drew Rosenhaus is going to let Howie Roseman push him around? I don't care what Drew wants. He don't care what Howie wants. That's my point. He doesn't give a shit. As a matter of fact, if he holds him out, hey, by the way, do you know Ruben Bain signed with? Okay. Let's see who Ruben Bain signed with. Who's Ruben Bain's agent? A top edge rusher's coming out of college. Who's Ruben Bain's agent? Let me see. Ruben Bain's, I already know, agent. What do you guys think it is? His agent. Ruben Bain. Who do you think signed him as a client? Does anyone know? Representative. Oh, yeah. There it is. No, he didn't sign with Drew Rosenhaus. You know who he signed with? David Mulgeta. Who does David Mulgeta represent with Athletes First? Anybody know? He represents Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons got, at that time, a market-setting contract in Green Bay and got him that deal. Pissed off Jerry Jones. Bain signed with him. Why? Because the agent won, and so did the player. They got their money. They reset the market, and he's in a better situation than in Dallas. He didn't hurt his reputation. He built it on beating Jerry. And players know that. I don't want a nice guy as my agent. I want exactly what Sue says. Who gives a shit with Drew Rosenhaus? That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And the agent has that same mentality. Sue, no disrespect, and I don't mean this at you, honey. But fuck you, Sue. I don't care what you think. And I'm saying that what they say in the Howie Roseman. You don't care what I want, and I don't give a shit what you think. I'm getting what's best for my client. Sue, I don't mean that at you. Those guys don't give a shit. You think Devin Mulgeta cares that he pissed off Jerry Jones? I think we could get a good return for Carter's trade. Packers have a king's ransom for Micah. Dude, an edge rusher is more coveted. I don't know if Akeem Messidor is with Drew. Let me look at the NFLPA. Is Akeem Messidor with Drew Rosenhaus? He may be. Akeem Messidor is represented by Rosenhaus Sports. Yes. Okay. All you need to know about M. Reyes. He thinks he knows what people think. Or tries talking for him. Imagine being in a conversation with yourself every day. Hey, dude. Hi. Hey, dude. I know what he's saying. Hey, man. How you doing? I'm doing fine. That's M. Reyes sitting around all day, circle jerking himself there, having a conversation with himself. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Because he knows what everybody's thinking and saying. Hey, what's going on? Not much. Getting ready to have a Corona. What are you doing? I don't know. Getting ready to go on Sileo. Try to aggravate him here and make sure he gets me and I get him some of my attention. How you doing there? Mind numbing. Just mind numbing. If you pay him now, the contract gets easier for Mitchell and Cooper. If we wait, it's going to stall those Very good. Very good. Absolutely, man. Yeah. Sills literally has a conversation with yourself every day. No, no, no. I am here every day. You come here every day. Remember that. You walk into my front porch. I don't walk into your front porch. I don't go anywhere. I'm in Tampa every morning from 10 to 1, and I'm here from 2 to 6 Eastern every day. You're the one here, not me. It makes it sound like I have a conversation with him and I go to his place every day. Bro, yeah, okay. Light me, please. It's kind of a win-win by not signing. Carter has to go out and prove he's, boy, a lot of you guys are now on that side of the boat where they got, this kid's got to go. Hey, are you guys in here now with this with me? I wouldn't sign the kid either. Okay? Akeem Mesidor, he's 1 day younger than Jalen Carter. All the reason more to sign JC. Dude is only 25. Dennis, get used to seeing older players in college football now. You're not getting younger players. Why? They're going to stay 4 or 5 years now because they're getting paid. You're not going to see 22-year-old guys. Okay? You're not. You're going to see older players. Get this, Kurt. Howie's 2-0 against Drew with holdouts and contract disputes. Well, you must have to help me out on the Jalen Phillips thing. What happened there? Howie won that? Howie won that negotiation with Jalen Phillips? Really? Where's that? I mean, okay, well, that's ancient history. I'm talking about today. And by the way, Rasputin, who held out Carter last year? Who held him out? Look, get this. Listen to this. You say Davis is overpaid, motherfucker. Jesus, that personal? Phillips got 2 sacks and $30 million. That's overpaid. Okay. Okay. Congratulations. What do you want to say? Who says that I said that $30 million for a non-guy who never made the Pro Bowl is not overpaying for him? I'm telling you what Drew Rosenhaus did. What? You said it wrong. I said motherfucking Phillips. Okay, my bad. Do you see players coming out later as a pro or a con for the NFL? Better. I think the players will be more skilled. Bain and Akeem Mesidor are skilled. I think coming out early, unless you're at a place like Alabama, okay? No, this is such a lie. I never said giving Jalen Phillips 4 years and $30 million was a good deal. I told you that's what Drew Rosenhaus got him. Where did you ever hear me say that that's a good deal? However, what you did was you went out and you gave another third rounder up and $28 million to Gernard. You could have said just paid $2 more million. Bro, you talk in circles. Honest to God, Reyes, you talk in circles. Man. Dude, you fucking confuse yourself. Holy shit, I've been doing this for 40 years. And I've never seen a guy in my life talk in circles like that guy. I've done talk shows all over the country. Bro, seriously, man. Holy piss. You have a mental illness. And it's called eagle-itis. Howie won letting Phillips go. Okay, so when you say that you let him go, you turn around and gave another third round. So inside of how many months? 4 months. You gave up 2 third-round draft choices and ended up paying a guy $28 million. Okay? Send Carter to the Cardinals. Swap Josh Sweat. Shit, Martin. Give me the kid they got from Ole Miss. I'll take the kid from Ole Miss and put him next to on a rookie deal next to Jordan Davis. What's that kid's name? That D tackle from Ole Miss? Put his ass in there. Drew got a free agent, a big contract, but he hasn't won a contract dispute with Howie yet. How does he win? $40 million contract or trade? It's the latter, a win. I think if the player gets north of the Jeffrey Simmons deal, yeah, it's a win. Sales, Carolina, Phillips. New England, Milton. Needed to pay top dollar because they want to get where Philly is. Philly needs to figure the urge to overpay to keep the gang together. So let me get this right, Bob. Am I right when I say this? In the last 2 years, you've let Jalen Phillips go. You've let Milton Williams go. And tell me if this is true. Bob, you're one of the smarter guys in here. So you've let Jalen Phillips go. You've let Milton Williams go. You've let Josh Sweat go. To pay Jalen Carter. Is that right? Is that right? You let those 3 dudes go. All got paid. And yet you're hedging on Phillip or on Carter now. Is that right? Milton got a state-of-the-art deal. Sweat got $20 million. And Phillips was the highest paid free agent at defensive end. And you still haven't signed Carter. Why? And you let 3 starters go. Oh, and you gave up 2 threes. So a guy that had 12 sacks last year, this guy's calling you don't overpay for average players. Who? Carter? Sweat had 12 and a half sacks. Milton helped the defense get to the Super Bowl. And Phillips just signed a $30 million 4-year contract annually. That doesn't sound like average to me. And still no Jalen Carter deal. Why? But the Carter they were banking on and the Carter of today are different. Hey, Bob, don't ever let somebody like Reyes talk about flip-flopping ever again. Because I'll ask you this, Tony, do you think the Eagles have flip-flopped a little bit on Jalen Carter? Everyone was going to pay him last year. Now they're not. How come they flip-flopped? Because of exactly what you said, Bob. The Jalen Carter of last year versus the Jalen Carter of this year is player productive and player production. Is it not? Right? You see, Kim, there's no such thing as flip-flop. Okay? Here, look at this one. This guy thinks I'm now doing something that WIP's notorious for. Get this. Sills flipped his narrative from Hurts to Carter quicker than he transferred from Maryland to Miami. Still mad respect, Silsy. Dennis, I'm not doing any of that. It's a great take, though, because it would seem that. But, dude, I only go by what your team's actions are. Don't you get it? My takes are based on your actions. I'll let you know when it's an opinion. When you don't sign a guy and you let 3-star players go and you still haven't signed a guy heading into training camp, you need to ask yourself, what happened to the Jalen Carter urgency? That seems to have stopped. Do you think, Dennis? Where's the urgency? Doesn't seem like the Eagles are in a urgent way right now with Carter. Or they wouldn't have let Jeffrey Simmons get out in front. Think about this, Bob. Everyone. You let Jalen Phillips go. You let Milton Williams go. You let Josh Sweat go because you told me you had to have an urgency on Jalen Carter. Then Howie lets Jeffrey Simmons reset the DT market. Do me a favor. What happened? Did that beer bottle up the head of Howie change his way of thinking on Jalen Carter? How in the world did Howie get behind the 8 ball in this Carter negotiation? You've lost 3 starters. You gave up a 3rd-round pick. You haven't signed him, and you let Simmons set the market. Is that not what's happened? Follow me here. Okay? 3 starters. Josh Sweat in the last 2 years. Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Jalen Phillips, and a 3rd-rounder. Then you told me this offseason last that you were going to sign him. It was a priority because you had to pay him. So you can't keep everybody. Right? Okay. So not only did Howie lose 3 starters, he allowed another team to reset the market and establish more money than what the kid in Kansas City's making, Chris Jones. There's only one explanation. Howie's not signing him this offseason. And Howie does not think that guy's worth $36, $37 million. Am I wrong? Howie gets in front of shit. He's not late to the party. Get this. You have nothing. You have nothing out there. By the way, I want to say something else because I see some shit in here. And let me ask you this. Has any safety in the NFL reset the market this offseason? Has any safety reset the market this offseason? The answer is no. Both are negotiating right now with their respected teams. Okay? Carter's not negotiating with Roseman because Roseman has no intention of signing him. All you got to do is follow what your team is doing, not what you think. It is amazing to me how these contracts are literally like playing yes, great take, Kim, because it is. It's a game of chess to put your teams together. Absolutely true. Okay? This right here, Bob, I'll get back to you. Sills, it sounds like the Eagles have flip-flopped on several players. A.J. Brown, Hurts, Goddard, Carter, Gardner-Johnson, etc. Amen. You never flip-flop on players. The player's production will dictate what the team's going to do. Carter's not the same player. Let me tell you something. Let's ask this question to you guys. Let's ask this question. If Jalen Carter was eligible to be and get a contract after the 24 season, and he was eligible to get that extension, would the Eagles have given him a new 3-year contract? You bet your ass they would have. They wouldn't have let Jeffrey Simmons reset it. They don't care that, dude, another defensive tackle could go out and get another deal. And what are you going to do? Allow it to get to 37? And then you're going to be talking about paying Jalen Carter $40 million? Dude, all of that has changed. And I'll tell you why. Here's something else to think about. That offense on the side of the football is an anchor around your necks. Landon Dickerson's not a $23 million guard. I'm not sure Cam's a $20 million center any longer. And Lane is not a $28 to $29 million tackle who plays 12 games. And Barkley is not a $20 million running back. Dude, the Eagles flip-flopped on Carter or the deal would be done. Sills, I think they still love JC. I don't. Love has nothing to do with it, Bob. Dude, a great general manager doesn't fall in love with players. He falls in like. I like the player. Hugh Douglas said it today perfectly on WIP. You know what he said? Hey, Andy Reid drafted a linebacker. I forget who he said it was. He drafted a linebacker, called me immediately and told me, guess what? We just drafted the guy, and he's not there to take your job. And you know what Hugh said to him? Yes, he is. And if you don't think like that, you don't understand the NFL. The issue has been they drafted replacements not living up to projections. Bro, here's something else, man. The Sidney Brown deal that failed in that third rounder, you got to pray that Makuta comes in and plays and starts the whole 17 games. Or you're going to talk about another second and third round pick that kind of like, and you know what, for the record on the Kobe Dean, I know you guys think he was a great player. Great players have more than one contract in one place. And once again, there is only one football player on your defense right now that has gotten a second contract on defense. And that's Jordan Davis. That you drafted. One player that you have drafted has gotten a contract extension and a new contract and a new deal of extended years. Bond wasn't a homegrown guy. Bond was a hired mercenary. Grenard wasn't a homegrown dude. Okay? Look at this. He's up next. When? What's the whole... You know what? I love this. He can't answer it. What do you... I mean, you wanted negotiations? What negotiations? Here's the negotiations. Jeffrey Simmons signed for $35.2 million. Either match it or don't. What are you negotiating, dude? RC, what are you negotiating? You think Drew's going to take less? You're out of your mind. He's not taking less. What's the holdup, dude? We just signed Grenard for $100 million. So fucking what? What's the holdup? So wait a minute. You're telling me you think that the priority was to sign Jonathan Grenard and not Jalen Carter? Dude, you're just making things up now. Sills, I appreciate that Howie sees the red flags and doesn't recklessly play guys that have major questions. So for the 26th season, you told me last year the reason you let Milton Williams and Josh Sweat is because you had to pay Carter. You let Jalen Phillips go because you had to pay Carter. And you're trying to tell me now the number one priority is Jonathan Grenard? Let that sink in, folks. They screwed the whole Super Bowl window up, valuing JC over Sweat, Milton, and others. They let out the door. They thought JC was their next Fletcher Cox. He's far from it. Hey, dude, let me show you something here. Because of the mentality that Reyes and some of these guys have, this is what you've let out the building. You've let Jalen Phillips out. You've let Milton Williams. These are all starters on other teams. Milton Williams out. You've let Josh Sweat out. You've let Nakobe Dean out. Those are 4 starters out of 7 that are starting on other football teams. That 3 of the 4, you homegrown. And get this. Hey, Bob, what makes this even more crazy is that Dean was a 3rd, Milton was a 3rd, and Sweat was a 4th. And you developed all those. Those were great picks. And you know what you did? You never even gave them an opportunity for a second contract. You said, because I got to pay Jalen Carter. Well, that's why I'm asking if that would. Dude, all these guys you let roll out the building. How are you telling me, and how are you saying here, like this one guy, is that Grenard was the priority? When you let 4 starters go for Jonathan Grenard, that doesn't even make sense. It makes no sense. You know why? Because you can't make sense of it. Whatever. Sills, their mindset on Carter has completely shifted. And by the way, Steven, this is the new way of thinking about sports instead of those old style ways where you have a Reyes or whatever these kind of guys takes, and you think it's in cement. And you think it's just one take and things don't change, or situations in the environment doesn't change. That way has always been whack to me. Player production. Hey, get this, Steven. Do you think the mentality with Jimmy Haslam, look at what Jimmy Haslam has done. In the last month, Jimmy Haslam has gotten rid of Myles Garrett in Cleveland and Giannis last night with the Milwaukee Bucks. He owns both teams. But you know what he got in return? He got a boatload of draft picks and number 1s for the Milwaukee Bucks. He got a boatload of returns and a great player in Verse. His attitude was like me. Well, wait a minute. The Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis are not going anywhere because Giannis doesn't want to play here anymore. I'm not going to keep the guy on my team. So they moved him. And his attitude was like, why am I paying $40 million for Myles Garrett where the Browns aren't going anywhere? I actually think that they made the right moves. For the first time, Jimmy Haslam's thinking correctly. Why am I paying $40 million for a 5-win football team and a player that I could get something to build my team with? That's called moving the chains. They flip-flopped on keeping him. They signed him to that contract extension. And then guess what? The next year, they moved him. Those are facts. The Browns flip-flopped on Myles Garrett, and they flip-flopped on Giannis. Sills, we can get 1 and a 2 for Carter because he ain't signing in Philly for 40. Andy and Belichick also traded players in their prime. Yeah, because you know why? Kim, you know what the number one thing that made the New England Patriots so great? They never at any time made a player in New England, the highest paid player at their positions. You went to New England to win championships. There has never been a player in the Belichick-Brady era who had the highest paid guy at that salary, including Brady. Brady was never the highest paid quarterback in New England. Seals, I like to ask if those guys on defense who are now starters for other teams, would you have back up the Brinks truck for them? Yes, 36, 38 million is a lot, but at least he's being offered. Dude, I don't care what anyone says. Once you get your chip, Milton Williams has been to 3 straight Super Bowls. I mean, 2 straight Super Bowls, and he's been to 3 in 4 years. Milton Williams is in a good place. You think, Abe? He went to the Super Bowl in 24 and won it. 23, he didn't. And in 24, he went to the Super Bowl, or 25, he went to the Super Bowl with the Patriots. And quite frankly, he went when he was in 20. How many Super Bowls has he been to in 5 years? 4? Wait, 22, 24, and 26. He's been to 3 Super Bowls in 5 years. Milton Williams. And you're going to ask whether or not he'd want the bag of money? Why? He's winning everywhere he goes. He won in Philly, and now he's winning in New England. Why would Milton Williams want to go anywhere else? He's in a great place. I mean, he was in the Super Bowl last year. Sills, the Carter situation is similar to Smitty's situation, how he was banking on Carter taking the defense to the next level without competent help, like the other highest paid DTs. You know what he also thought? Maybe his agent would take a hometown cookie, like Devontae Smith took that hometown cookie. Difference is the agent, dude. Drew Rosenhaus ain't taking no hometown cookie. Shit. Hometown cookie. Get this. Flip-flop. Milton Williams wins Super Bowls. No, I'm answering a question, dickhead. Why would he want to come back to Philly? You missed the entire point again. The guy asked the question. Do you think he'd want to come back and play in Philly on chips? I said no. Why would he? He's winning where he is. He got his money, and he's winning. Once again, the guy can't listen because he's not intelligent. He can't follow along. Okay? He's not smart. I'm answering a question. Somebody said again, do you think he'd come back? Abe. No. He went to a Super Bowl and got his money. He never got his money in Philly. You're damn right they flip-flopped, just like they flip-flopped on Carter and Hurts. Bro, stop it. You look dumb. Dude, does anybody believe in here the Eagles haven't flip-flopped on Jalen Carter? Does anybody believe that? Ugh. Bro, I mean it. I'm so finished with that guy. He's so dumb. Oh, Abe, thank you. Sills, Milton is the big loss, not only because of his ability, but because he was a great hedge against Carter's injury and immaturity issues. Sweat hurts more now because of how the edge money has jumped. That's a good take. Let's see somebody in here that makes sense. Milton bet on himself and won. Yes, he did. And you want to hear something crazy? The Eagles never offered him a contract because they had to pay Carter. Where is it? Because they had to pay Carter. Do you know the Philadelphia Eagles never offered Milton Williams a contract? Because of all the shit that you guys told me that Carter was going to be the priority. You told me that. You told me he was going to be a priority. Okay, well, where is it? Hey, and get this. No, there's a great take. So listen to this. In the next 3 years, counting this coming season here, and I happen to agree for the first time with RC on a take, you'll lose Jalen Phillips, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, and Moro Ajomo. A 3, a 4, and a 7 that you drafted and developed and turned out to be starters for someone else. Wow. And then you put Dean back there. In the next 3 years on defense, you're going to lose. And by the way, you see when he says replaced? No, they weren't. They were never replaced. You had to go into free agent market or trade market to replace them. And you had to give up 2 threes and $28 million. You drafted those guys in later rounds. You missed the point of the money. They weren't replaced. Again, player development matters. Dude, so wait a minute. Moro Ajomo is a 7th round draft choice. That's a spectacular pick. And you're going to let him walk out the building to be a starter somewhere else. And 4 D linemen will be starters making north of $24 million. And you had no intention of re-signing or offering contracts to any of them. But you think they're replaceable. Really? Well, then why have you not signed Carter? Why have you? Wait a minute. They both left the same time. I mean, RC. Milton did replace Sweat. And then he left. But that was player development. You let him walk. Who's replacing Jalen Phillips? You know who's replacing Jalen Phillips? You had to go make a trade for $28 million and give a 3 up. They all just bargaining chips in the end. Sills, they didn't pay Milton. Yeah, Grenard, that you had to give another. Hey, so get this up. See this here? Grenard. So you gave up 2 threes inside of 7 months. 3 threes, 2 threes in 7 months. Bro, we shall see. And by the way, this all comes back to Carter. Why haven't you signed him? Why haven't you signed Jalen Carter? Why haven't you signed Jalen Carter? Bob, I think you know. Why haven't you signed Jalen Carter? You do. Why haven't you? Because he's lazy. Wait a minute. Last year, you guys told me, Reyes told me, the entire offseason, can't keep them all. He knows better. He said it. Now, here we are. Let's see. First year day of the year in the NFL is March 14th. Let's see how many days it's been since March 14th. Let's see here. How many days has it been since March 14th? It's been 101 days. How about that? Since the beginning of the new year. 101 days since the start of the new year. Where's the Carter deal? Phillips was a mid-season mercenary looking for a bag. The third they gave up for Grenard was a terrible 2026 draft. The comp pick was the equivalent of a fourth or fifth rounder. You gave up 2 threes. Sills, they didn't have to pay Carter, or he would have been paid by now. Howie knows best. So untrue. Bro, if you think that Jalen Carter is not going to hold out this coming camp, you're high. Seals, they didn't pay Milton because they thought that the Carter made Milton, and they were wrong. Remember that? That was a big conversation, remember? Playing next to Jalen Carter. Looks like Carter playing next to Milton. Hey, Bob, did you ever think that Jalen Carter benefited from playing next to Milton? Milton Williams went up to New England and helped solidify a defense. Who? If there's a sliver of a chance, they can flip Jalen Carter for Max, they better go now. Max will end up being cheaper in the long. That's correct. And that's how we started the show off. The guy's under a contract and he'll be a free agent in 2030. And he makes $30 million. Be $6 million cheaper over 3 years, added up. I'll tell you this, get this. Howie will draft Ojomo's replacement. Who? Ty Robinson? Everybody in life is replaceable. Look at those Fortune 500 companies. They all go younger, and cheaper. Yeah. Dude, they draft people to replace you every year. Jalen's up next. So is any chance they push to get? Yes, I think so. Yes. I do, Mike. He's not holding if he sits out. He's avoiding potential injury before the season. So, guys, RC3 thinks that holding a 22-year-old, what is Jalen Carter, 24-year-old guy out of fall camp is a good look for a guy you want to give $36 million to so he doesn't get hurt. What is he, made of glass? If that's the case, RC, I'm not paying that guy that money. Was he made of balsa wood? Get this. That's why he only did No, it was a hold-in guy. His agent, Drew Rosenhaus, held him out of those drills. The head coach as much admitted it. Wait a minute, RC, do you think they held him out because they wanted to? His agent held him out. Man. This is going to be a fun year. I cannot wait. Bill had great playoffs, but not a great season. I disagree. Let's see. Let's take a look at that New England Patriots. I think the versatility that he showed throughout the season, I know he got banged up a little bit, but let's take a look at where that Patriots defense ended up. Patriots defense. Let's go Fox here and go here with the rankings. Let's see what they did. Let's see where the Patriots were ranked. Let's see, defense. Patriots were 8th. Or were they against the run? 9th. That's pass defense. 9th. Rush defense. They were, where are they? Man, the Jaguars had the number 1 rush defense. Let's see here. Is that regular season? My bad. Let me take a look at this. Regular season, yes. The Patriots are 8th. What were the Eagles in rush defense? 22nd. You paid a defensive tackle $25 million, and your rush defense is bottom 10. Man. They also saw that Jordan can eventually play their down, I think third down. It was due to his conditioning. Even Brandon Graham said just by him losing the weight, his endurance, his speed increased. Well, that's what they're paying. Because when you pay a guy that kind of money, Kim, in my opinion, I'm not paying $25 million for a guy who sits out third down. So they are assuming that. Yes. Sills, you are close with Rosenhaus. How does he convince Roseman that his client can be trusted after he gets the bag? Easy. Why do you think Drew Rosenhaus was at training camp last year? Why do you think Drew Rosenhaus was on the sidelines last year? He's showing Howie. He's in his client's ear. Hey, we need to do this. We need to do that. You know, Howie's got, listen, Rosenhaus has got a great relationship. To get the kind of deals, Drew doesn't get emotional. And he's not going to go crazy. Like, there's not screaming matches. He's going to tell him, I got the kid. He'll be ready. And because guess this, the next deal he does, Howie doesn't have the trust in him. Let me tell you something. That Mugali guy who cut that deal with Michael Parsons, it went a long way in the league for players and potential clients. Ruben Bain signed immediately with him. He didn't want to go with Clutch Sports. He didn't want Nicole Lynn. You know that story about the lady getting killed and how that story came out all of a sudden on draft week? That was, in my opinion, that was released by Clutch Sports because Ruben Bain did not want to sign with Nicole Lynn and Clutch. So they put that fucking story out to try to hurt the kid. Put that in your bag. Dude, I'll tell you something here. You know, I had this conversation last year with Farzetta. And you know what I kept hearing from everyone? I kept hearing this. So you can't keep Milton Williams. You can't keep Josh Sweat. And now I'm assuming you're going to let Moro Jomo walk out the building because you got to sign Jalen Carter. All the money last year that was told that they were going to use to sign Jalen Carter, have the Eagles flip-flopped on Carter. Where's the deal? And is it coming? So, with all that being said, love talking about these birds with our friend Mark Farzetta, and he joins us now here on the program. Farzy,
What's happening?
Where's his Carter deal, man?
This is the weirdest. The Jeffrey Simmons deal kind of freaks me out. And the reason being, usually this is something Howie Roseman gets ahead of. They're not usually letting other people set the market. Also, we're not used to contract disputes in Philadelphia anymore. It hasn't really been a thing. Maybe the closest we're talking about here is Fletcher Cox, like 8 years ago. That's maybe 9 years ago. That's maybe the most recent example of that. You might include Hassan Reddick, but I don't think they ever had plans to keep Hassan Reddick here past how long they had him here. It's a weird thing because you let somebody else set the market. As you just pointed out, you had everything building to this moment where you already had set a precedent in terms of Jordan Davis saying, all right, you know what, one more year, prove it. They're doing the same thing with Jalen Carter. Meanwhile, it doesn't appear that Jalen Carter is marching to the beat of their drum. Jalen Carter looks like he's going to try to get the Eagles to march to his, which I don't know if that's something that Howie Roseman in this front office saw coming, unfortunately for them.
So, in your opinion, I mean, are you in the camp of dealing him?
I don't want to. I'm in the camp of keeping him. Here's what I find really fascinating. So Jalen Carter is a player that could have and has had in the past red flags. The Eagles still drafted him. The Eagles still moved up and took him. He apparently passed whatever the big Dom test is. He apparently has been passing the Vic Fangio test. And they thought enough of him to say, hey, we're still going to give you $27 million next year, as the year that's been picked up. Prove it. Still prove it. Maybe he took that as a slap in the face as opposed to Jordan Davis, who took that as a challenge and accepted it and has flourished. Maybe he's taking it a different way. But I will say this. The Eagles have handled these situations phenomenally well. And again, we'll go back. You look at Devontae Smith. They set that market. He wanted to be here. Dallas Goedert wanted to be here. He's gone from a $14 million year to a $10 million deal to a $4.5 million year in this coming year. So he keeps taking pay cuts. He keeps wanting to stay in Philadelphia. This apparently is a good place to be. But Jalen Carter might not be in the same mindset as everybody else, especially when he could be staring at a deal that average annual salary puts him around $40 million essentially now with the evolution of the Jeffrey Simmons deal. So I find it really interesting, but here's what's fascinating about all of it. As I mentioned, Big Dom, the man does his work. All right. Whatever that work is, I'll tell you this much. He does it. We all know. Howie Roseman, again, has a good track record here. Vic Fangio is a pretty knowledgeable guy as well. Clint Hurt seems to know what he's doing. If you're any other team other than the Philadelphia Eagles, and you're looking at the Eagles saying, we're going to trade Jalen Carter, and everybody knows you've been saving money for this moment, and all of a sudden you decide to pass. Look, I know not every NFL team. You lose
your leverage.
You lose a hell of a lot of leverage. Yep. But at the same time, I think every other team around the league is going, Yep. Wait a minute here. Not just for the leverage, but also, hold on, are we going to trade away more assets because of a guy you clearly want to get rid of because he clearly has more red flags than even you, the team that drafted him, were expecting at some point? So if the Eagles want to move on from him, I find that highly suspicious as to why a team would move on from Jalen Carter, especially when we talk about the obvious, the talent that this man has on the football field.
But Farzy, the whole story doesn't add up.
Right.
Last offseason, it was can't pay them all. That was the theme.
Right.
Can't pay them all. Okay. March 14th, 101 days ago. Free agency, there's no timeline. There was no June 1 thing. You have the rights to the player. You could sign his contract anytime you want. You go into the offseason and all of a sudden you see the hold-in. Then, like you just mentioned, you let Jeffrey Simmons sign a $35.2 million contract. That's more than what Chris Jones is making in Kansas City. Howie is not a guy that just says, hey, guess what? I'm going to allow the market to get ahead of me here I think he's got a preconceived notion where, get this, I think they've changed their opinion on this guy a bit, going, hey, dude, you know what? I think the kid's a good player, but let's look at his career. Is that one, a $36 million player? Maybe $36 million potential? But Farsi, you know what potential means to me? I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, right.
So I've got 21. Hey, it's a rookie year. He's okay. Kind of faded at the end, 23. 24, he was really good. 25, he was spotty with issues that were questionable on character. Man, the Eagles in 1 year have flip-flopped on how they look at him. I'm not saying they don't want him, but bro, they need him. He needs to show them more. And then you got Rosenhaus going, whoa, I want the money right now for my client, and I'm not taking less than Simmons' deal. Is that where we are?
It certainly appears so. And the other part about this that I find really interesting is when you listen to Nick Sirianni talk a week and a half ago, hey, Jalen Carter not working out. What's going on there? Well, he's doing some stuff, and I'm not going to get into other people and what they're doing and what they got going on. And it's like, hold on a second here. Like, what do you mean he's not really doing anything, but he's doing some stuff? Like it was the definition of vague when it came to Nick Sirianni's answer, and it was so vague it didn't pass anybody's smell test. And I know my eyebrows raised when I heard him say it. And you also have to talk about not just what might be going on between the ears of Jalen Carter, but also what's next to the ears of Jalen Carter and a little bit lower. That's his shoulders. We're talking about two shoulder injuries. We're talking about shoulder surgeries now. Maybe their opinion of him as a man has remained the same, but their opinion of as far as what he could be on the football field anymore, maybe that's changed. Like everything is on the table right now as far as suspicions as to why he hasn't signed a long-term deal. Again, to go back to it, we've talked about this before. The Jordan Davis example is the perfect example. Prove it year. He took full advantage of that. They put the same kind of carrot in front of Jalen Carter, and Jalen Carter says, no. I'll let you know. I'll let you know how we're going to handle this. It is opposite of what we have seen from Howie Roseman recently in the Eagles front office, which only begs for more suspicion when it comes to what the future really will be with Jalen Carter. Ask me, I want him here. I'm not moving on from him. If the Eagles move on from him, something went horribly wrong. And it's not in the realm of, oh, well, now we got to pay Quenyon Mitchell even more money. Well, now we got to pay Cooper DeJean even more money. No, this is why you didn't pay other guys along the way. Jordan Davis was one of them. Jalen Carter was the other. And down the line, it's going to be your cornerbacks and your nickel, maybe, in the very near future.
You just said it, and I was going there, and I'm going to add a couple more dynamics. The 26 environment is Jalen Carter's environment. 27, it becomes more clouded. 1, what then becomes the priority? Let's hypothetically say Hurts goes out and he balls out. Well, there's a $64 million decision to be made on that guy. Then you've got to look at Devontae Smith. Goes for 1,400 yards. Bro, if all the things look good for Eagleville, I'm not going to keep that guy paid as the number 2 wide receiver in the league. My agent's going to come to you immediately and go, hey, we need to Then you've got Q and Cooper that you have to address. Also, hey, I'm over here too. You know how you let Milton Williams roll out the window? I'm over here, and I was a 7th rounder. I'm Moro Jomo, and I'm going to get $25 million on the open market, just like my boy Milton did. Where's Carter fall then in the pecking order when you're looking at priority if you don't get this done this offseason?
Yeah, he's priority number 1 still for me. And
over Jalen Hurts.
As far as against the quarterback, no, not as far as Jalen Hurts goes. As far as Jalen Carter goes, and outside the quarterback position, yeah, he's the highest non-quarterback.
You would put him above Q and Cooper?
I would, because you have an opportunity here to impact both things. You have an opportunity to have him at your line of scrimmage, disrupting things from jump. We see, his strength is going to be there for a long time. His ability will be there for a long time. I don't think Cooper DeJean and Quenyon Mitchell are going anywhere either. But in terms of priority right now, I don't think that's really something that the Eagles are going to have to decide. I think that's something that's going to be really work itself out after Zach Bond's deal, after Saquon Barkley's deal as well. Money is going to get freed up as time goes on here. But in terms of priority, if I had to prioritize any of the three, I'm prioritizing Jalen Carter right now in terms of Cooper, Quenyon, and Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter has the ability to make defensive backs look pretty damn great. And I know it's always the debate on who helps who more. When you have a player at the line of scrimmage like Jalen Carter that disrupts everything, I want that guy on the defensive line, on the defense, as long as humanly possible. When the speed goes for a defensive back, it really falls by the wayside quickly, but it could last a lot longer. There are few exceptions. There's exceptions to every rule, but when it comes to who will be the more impactful player, I do look at a guy like Jalen Carter as a guy that'll be the more impactful player. If I got to choose between guys that I believe are going to be three great players, yeah, I think Jalen Carter is the one with the brightest future.
See, I want to reward people that show up every Sunday and play great every Sunday and give me great. Carter doesn't show up every Sunday. He just doesn't, Farzy. I mean, he's giving me sporadic play. I see like plays taken off. Dude, he got ran over in the Bear game. I mean, ran over in the Bear game. They were 22nd in run defense last year. I mean, you get and Davis, to me, I think is coming along. But again, I agree with you. Listen, I see Jerome talent in that guy. But man, that guy doesn't look like a $36 million player to me. He's not better than Quentin Williams and Simmons yet.
Yeah,
the kid in Dallas.
Quentin Williams. Yeah, I was thinking Quentin, but when it comes to Carter, I think I look at a guy like Quentin Mitchell, for instance, and obviously whoever's on the opposite side, it's not going to affect him. He's following. He's going to shut players down, and he's been fantastic. Cooper DeJean, I mean, you talk about the Swiss Army knife and all that stuff. They got Reek Woolen, so now you're looking at Cooper DeJean splitting between safety and base, and then you're looking at him at nickel most of the time, which is what we're used to seeing him in anyway. But Jalen Carter, to me, when he is dialed in, and maybe it has been a contract over him, maybe it has been getting used to new players next to him, whether it's Milton Williams, who went to New England, Moro Ajomo coming along, Jordan Davis finding his way as well. I look at a guy like when he hits that stride, and true, he hasn't hit it yet in terms of consistency. I think you're looking at a dominant decade in the NFL on that defensive line. And again, I agree with you in terms of what you said earlier about potential. You're absolutely right. But man, you tap into what he has, that's going to be a disruptor. He is going to be a disruptor on that defensive line for a decade.
Who do you think benefited more playing next to each other? Milton Williams playing next to Carter, or Carter playing next to Milton Williams? Hell, Milton Williams went up to New England, transformed that defense into the 8th-ranked defense in football. I saw last year a little bit of a backup there on that defense in the front seven. It got better when they added Phillips, and it started. I think they played really well. I think down the stretch, I think he would agree with that. What do you think benefited more? Because I thought Milton was. I was with everyone else. Farzy, I thought he was going to go up there, and I thought that guy was going to look not quite like we saw the guy in 24. That wasn't the case.
Yeah, the thing that I try to keep in mind is, again, you're talking about a guy who had 2 banged-up shoulders. I think there was a knee issue as well last year in Jalen Carter. He wasn't 100% healthy throughout last year, and you're still talking about one of the best defensive tackles in all of football. Like, for instance, Moro Ajomo versus Jalen Carter. I like Moro Ajomo, but Jalen Carter's a better football player. It goes without saying. Last year, the win rates, especially in pass rush for defensive tackles, it would show that Ajomo was better. But again, you got to keep in mind that Jalen Carter wasn't 100% healthy. Milton Williams, although yes, he surprised me by how great he was in New England. I would still take Jalen Carter over Milton Williams. And as far as who benefited from who, the year Milton Williams was here, I would still say that was Jalen Carter, again, because you're talking about a healthy year. Last year, obviously not a healthy year for him. Milton Williams, though, did exceed my expectations. I think everybody's expectations for the vast majority and what he was able to do in New England, even considering that he was drastically overpaid at the time because they had the bidding war with Carolina, if you remember, before he finally signed with New England. Because originally he was going to Carolina, then
right.
the Patriots swooped in, and man, he did not make them regret that.
So that leads me over here to this one now with Jalen Hurts. Looks like there's going to be a contract extension for Lamar Jackson at $63 million.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've put that market up, and that market now gets a little bit ahead of Howie here. That deal they signed a couple years ago at 50. I mean, right now, if you think about it, Will Anderson Jr. with the Texans makes more money right now than Jalen Hurts. Okay? If you're Nicole Lynn of Clutch Sports, I mean, and you're the Eagles, are you going to pay Jalen Hurts after this year $64 million?
You might have to, but you also might have to look at Jalen Hurts and say, hey, remember that thing you said about how like money's great, but winning is better?
Wait, you're going to work them?
Jalen, remember that little thing you said to us about that? Come on. How true was that?
Wait. This ain't WIP or 97.5 Farzy talking to you on a new contract. This is okay.
Right.
This is the NFL here, man. I don't know about home cooking here.
Yeah. What's really crazy is that, the hometown discount thing I don't really believe in, but guys do like playing in particular places.
Yes.
And although Dallas Goedert is not someone you want to compare to Jalen Hurts, certainly, as I mentioned, just the discounts he's been giving the Philadelphia Eagles, he wants to stay here. They ain't getting that from Jalen Hurts. Let me just make they ain't getting that from Jalen Hurts. If Jalen Hurts continues, if he goes out, makes it to another Super Bowl, continues the career that he's had, everything about the main thing being the main thing, then you're going to look at one of those deals that is going to look really flashy when it gets reported by the agent. But in essence, there's going to be outs, there's going to be clauses, there's going to be money kicked down the line and all that stuff. I could see Jalen Hurts looking at a average annual salary at $64 million. But when you really break it down, it's like, okay, this is actually a cap-friendly deal when you look at how it's structured down the line specifically. So, I could see the Eagles bringing him back. And quite frankly, again, I would love to see Jalen Hurts here for a long time. But when it comes to the numbers of the contract that get released, I could absolutely see the flashy numbers without clauses that seem to come out with everybody's deal 2 years later. So, he'll sign a huge deal again, I believe, in Philadelphia. And Howie will do what Howie does, which is make it work somehow, especially when you think about this. And we haven't mentioned it yet, really, but we are in a world right now that we are not used to seeing. The Eagles are paying a linebacker, a middle linebacker in Zach Bond. The Eagles are paying a running back. This is the exception to the rule. This is not the new norm. This is the exception that we're living in right now. So I think after Saquon, in the midst of the Zach Bond deal, you're going to see money moved around again to what we're used to seeing it at, which again is more cornerback position, defensive line again, and yes, the quarterback as well.
I think that's going to be a pretty tough decision to make at 63 when I just saw a quarterback win a Super Bowl at 30. And I got to rebuild that offense because what do you look at with this? So do you agree in the next 2 years, you and I have touched on this, Barkley may only be here. I mean, they could get out next year with $2.5 million against the salary cap. They can move off that guy if that guy's not the dude. A lot of determination on what to do with Lane and replacing that. So you may be placing Lane and A.J. Brown and Barkley over the next 2 years. Then I'm going to turn around and pay a quarterback $63 million when I got so much more that I have to fill in the gap on. Do you think Howie Roseman is more of a roster builder or a quarterback-centric dude on building the team around the quarterback? Because if you look at the way you guys have built your football team, you've not built it around the quarterback on your Super Bowl championships. You've built it around the 53-man roster.
Well, I think you also did it on the fact that you got a quarterback in the second round of a draft that you didn't have to pay any substantial money to in the early goings.
Days are gone once you hit 50.
Very, very true. Very true. But I thought you were going to say quarterback factory for a second there.
No, I heard this.
Yeah. It's interesting because you look at you look at the team that won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles, and you think about that roster. That is one of the deepest, if not the deepest rosters to ever win the Super Bowl.
I've said this to you, and I've said it to people. That year you won that Super Bowl with Foles, that was the best combination of O-line, D-line, like together, and you had lost Jason Peters, and it was so deep and good. I've never seen a football team like that. That 2014 was there too with that roster, but that team that won that first Super Bowl for you guys, man, the combination was just spectacular.
Yeah, it was pretty special. So that's a perfect example of roster construction when you talk about all 53. When you talk about all 22, special teams included in that, or added to that, that might be the most dominant football team we've seen in terms of just beating the brakes off a team that was after a dynasty in the Kansas City Chiefs. He's done it both ways. He's absolutely done it both ways. But what's, again, so amazing about that is you had a quarterback that you really didn't have to tap into all that much through the 2024 season because you did such a phenomenal job with your roster construction on your offensive line and what you had, who you had running the football in Saquon Barkley. It was such a well-coached scheme. You had the offensive coordinator, one of the many play-calling mercenaries that has been so needed under Nick Sirianni, unfortunately. So it was a great combination of coaching. It was a great combination of roster construction. Howie Roseman's done it both ways. I mean, you're talking about a guy now that's been to the 3 Super Bowls with 2 different quarterbacks, 2 different head coaches, and a litany of offensive coordinators. So it's a pretty... this is going to sound like a huge compliment. Well, it is. It's a huge compliment to Howie Roseman. He's kind of what the team needs him to be. He assesses the year almost every year in a case-by-case basis, hopes that he has the right plan, but if he doesn't, has a way to make sure that he could at least shift the team back on course. And that's been a testament to really the Eagles ever since he emerged from the broom closet that Chip Kelly put him in to get this team back on track. And I go back to this all the time, but it's true. Nobody in week 16, when Chip Kelly was fired, was saying 2 years they're going to win the Super Bowl. Nobody. And yet there they were. There they were. And the number one reason for that was Howie Roseman.
Do you agree that the best head coach that Howie Roseman has worked with is Nick? And let me go here for a second. Doug had some pushback because Doug wanted some things his way. Andy was really the guy who came in. And if you think about it, look at what he orchestrated. You remember where Brett Veach came when you were doing sports talk and you first started? Brett Veach was on the special teams with the Eagles on the coaching staff. Now he's the general manager with multiple rings as a GM in Kansas City. He brought all these guys in. So Andy was kind of laying the cement, right? And the foundation for how Lurie was going to operate. Have they found their coach where they feel, and why I'm saying this is this, don't you think they'd rather be in the Nick Sirianni business than any other coach that they have ever had, because he goes with what they want? I mean, and it sounds like an ass-kissing job.
Yeah.
Okay, it does. But maybe in today's NFL, you've got to be a little bit of an ass kisser to walk around on knees for you to get the job done. I mean, you got to answer to more people. Back in the old days, Farzy, Belichick did the decision. Andy did the decision. Jimmy Johnson was the guy. That NFL doesn't exist anymore.
I look at it like this with Nick Sirianni. He does the one thing that is required to be the Philadelphia Eagles head coach. He lets Jeffrey Lurie feel like he owns the Philadelphia Eagles.
Which is huge.
If you do that, you can play well with everybody else. Chip Kelly was the complete opposite of that, as we all know. Doug did that to a point. Nobody was banging down Doug's door to be the head coach. I mean, there was maybe even Sean McDermott would have got the head coaching job over him. But Andy, hey, Jeffrey, you're going to love Doug. I think he's really ready for. He was calling plays for me in the second half of games. Remember that? Nick Sirianni makes the owner feel like he owns the team. Lets Howie Roseman do his thing, and I think he is happy to have a job. But on top of that, you could factor in how great a job Howie's done putting this team together, how willing Jeffrey Lurie is to sign ginormous checks and all that stuff. You could factor all of it in. But we put a list together recently of most important Eagles, and we included coaches. I had Nick Sirianni as number 10. I had him just in there at number 10 because as much as you might want to joke, and I've certainly had my fair share of jokes about it as well, what is it you say you do here if you got Vic Fangio and you got the offensive coordinator being in charge of play calls and all that stuff and the offense? What do you do as a head coach? Well, whatever he's doing something right. Because we have seen very talented football teams underachieve. We have seen very talented football players underachieve. Something Nick Sirianni does, whether it's in how he runs his meetings, which apparently are top-notch. Nobody does it better than Nick Sirianni as far as how he runs a meeting, how he gets his team focused. Every year you're looking at a 10-1 team, a 10-3 team at worst. You're looking at a playoff team every single year. A down year is they still make the playoffs and win, double digits, Something he's doing works. And there have been very talented rosters that have not worked with supposed better head coaches. There is something he does as a head coach that I don't know if I'll ever be able to crack the code on. Saquon Barkley does that interview recently where he's talking about how great Nick Sirianni is, how he doesn't get enough credit and all that stuff. As a head coach of a very successful football team, he's doing something right. I don't know too many people that would have fired themselves after 4 games of calling plays, but he did it, and it ended up benefiting the rest of the team. Yes, he does the number one thing, which is make the owner feel like he owns the team, but he also plays well with others, and he certainly also listens to his team. And there's no better example of that than week 5, bye week 2024, when that team made a big old about face as to where they were headed that year. And from that point on, thanks to maybe some sway from the players, but also the willingness of a head coach to keep that door open and find a way to get Kellen Moore's offense mixed with what Jalen Hurts was comfortable doing and continuously feeding the beast that was Saquon Barkley. They made it to a second Super Bowl with him as the head coach. I can't explain it. It'll be a great case study whenever Nick Sirianni's career is over. But there's something he does. There's some secret sauce that he has that makes this work.
I have 3 questions. You got time for 3? 3 questions.
What do you got?
I'll get you out of here. All right. So that love letter that Jeff McClain wrote about Julian Lurie, I was like,
geez, yeah.
I mean, me and Angelo the other day were like, Jesus, I thought maybe you were going to send a Valentine's next. And it was like really quite remarkable. How do you think this organization's going to look with the greatness of Julian Lurie running it and not the owner running it? And where does Howie fit into that? I mean, is he still going to be part of that? Because what we're understanding now is that Julian, he's there every day. There's decision-making that now he's involved in and being made here. I mean, the back-to-back coordinator hires with no experience. Okay, well, how much influence did he have on that?
I think you would have to be an absolute moron. All right. To take over and be, Howie, thanks for your time. See you later. Like that. And I
saw Jerry Jones do that to Jimmy Johnson now. I mean, hey, Jimmy, anybody can coach this team. Well, how's that been 31 years later?
Right. Yeah. It's very similar. Very similar. But I mean, I don't look, they're all arrogant. Okay. Let's not pretend that nobody. Okay. They're all arrogant, but I don't think that Jeffrey Lurie is on a Jerry Jones level of arrogance. And I would think that if he's had his son, if he's had Julian so involved with the Eagles as he has, I don't think he's looking at him saying like, make sure when you take over, you get your own guy because Howie's mine. Like Jeffrey Lurie's not going to buy another team and taking Howie with him. Howie's staying here. The thing that I do find interesting about Julian Lurie is that he has had his hand in just about everything with the Eagles. And one of the things, I'll give you an example, and I heard this story through other people in digital media, like they got rid of their post-game show because Julian Lurie is like, if it's not getting 100,000 views, who cares? Like that, like it's like, wow, all right. So that was that. And that's Julian Lurie's hands in something just as simple as a team-run post-game show, Now you're talking about him being in the front office. Yeah, that's a story I heard. And that's him just being involved in everything. So if you look at the situation as it would be in the not too distant future with whatever could happen with Jeffrey Lurie, I would be very surprised if, with all the information gathered, such as the success of this football team over the last 8 years, Julian Lurie looking at Howie Roseman and say, you know what, you're a problem now. You're not a member of the solution committee. I would find that astonishing.
Okay, so I was listening to Hugh, and he was going not the swearing tirade, but I was listening to a conversation that they were having, and I was wondering where you sat in on it. You think winning is a quarterback stat or not?
No. However, if you're going to assign wins and losses to any position, it's going to be the quarterback. You have so much to do with the win or the loss. I don't agree with it being next to the guy's name. I will say that because, I mean, we've seen plenty of examples of, I remember Vince Young when he came into the league. But, he just wins. He just wins. It's like, does he? Does he? Even Jalen Hurts, you're looking at the 2024 season, that was the Saquon Barkley show. As clutch as Jalen was in spots throughout the season, it was the Saquon Barkley show. If there's going to be a position, it's like goaltending in hockey. If there's going to be a position where you're going to assign a win or loss to, that's going to be the position. Same in baseball. Who are you going to assign it? Well, back in the day, it used to be to the pitchers. Now they should just get rid of it altogether because nobody goes more than like 4 innings other than the Phillies pitching staff. So for me, if you're going to assign it to anybody, it goes to a quarterback. That's the way it goes. But no, I mean, there's plenty of instances, even last year, 2024, I mentioned was Saquon's great year. Plenty of instances where Hurts and the offense were terrible in the first half against the Rams. Then they turn it on in the second half to take the lead, and then Jordan Davis seals it by returning a blocked field goal for a touchdown. Like that, who do you give the win to there? Yeah. Winning and losing is obviously, first and foremost, a team stat. However, when you assign it to a quarterback in the sport of football, as we do statistically, you have to understand that it does come with caveats along the way. But it also does have a bottom line is no matter what happens. And I'll give you another example. Jalen Hurts playing like complete garbage against the Chargers last year in Los Angeles. They had the ball on the 20-yard line with a chance to, I think, win it in overtime before another turnover. Like that would have been miraculous. True, he's the number one reason they were in that spot. But then all of a sudden you're going to reward him with a W because they did punch it in despite his faults earlier in the game. It's winning and losing is a team stat. But if you're going to assign it to anybody in football, it's obviously going to be the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, when you give a guy a win and he doesn't complete a pass in the second half of a football game against the Buccaneers, I don't know. Farzier, you throw for
and the Bills.
Yards. What? Or you throw for
and the Bills.
Yards. No, was it the Bills?
Well, it was the Bills and the Bucks.
Yes.
Bills 2 games. 2 games.
2 games.
2 of them.
You don't complete a pass in the second half. I don't know. I mean, all right, here. Last question for you. Is the story of the Philadelphia Eagles with A.J. Brown as a context story with it? Is it going to be this? And which side do you see yourself on as you start the season? Is it going to be by committee that they're going to overcome the loss of A.J.? Or do you believe that this is going to be a noticeable hole this coming year with A.J. Brown not being in that offense with a new coordinator?
Yeah. When you look at the numbers at the end of the season, I think you're going to say by committee. But when you watch the games during the season, Devontae Smith replaces A.J. Brown. A committee replaces the number 2 wide receiver of Devontae Smith. I think it's the easier jump forward, obviously, for Devontae Smith. The guy that fulfills the number 2, if you will.
The gap is smaller, right? The gap is smaller, but
well, from 1B
3 to 2, it's here like a Grand Canyon, right?
Yeah, I don't feel too good about it, to be honest with you. Like look, Dontavian Wicks, all the comparisons people want to make with like Keenan Allen or whatever, great. I got to see it. I also think the guy that's getting forgotten in a lot of this is Eli Stowers. Like the story that was out a couple of weeks ago about Jalen Hurts not feeling supported by the team like they supported Carson Wentz. I'm like, well, still got a nice big fat contract. They still moved on from AJ so willingly, and then they drafted a wide receiver, and then they drafted a tight end. So you have 2 more targets. Like, you're getting support here, bro. Like, oh, and Nick Sirianni won't stop shouting from the rooftops how you can do anything. Like, that's a pretty good support, if you ask me. So I don't really find the situations comparable at all. But the bottom line is, forget about what they say and look at what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, you lost A.J. Brown, but yes, A.J. Brown's not here because of A.J. Brown. Let's not get that twisted. But because he's not here, they still said, hey, we still got you a rookie first-round wide receiver. We used the first-round pick there, and then, boom, we got you Eli Stowers as well. A big-ass target that could jump 5 more feet in the air, that kind of thing. You have and we still retain Dallas Goedert. And we did bring in a blocking tight end in Johnny Mundt. Oh, and you got another, by the way, former quarterback offensive coordinator that you apparently are hitting it off with right now. So the team still looks very supported. The one thing I am very curious about, though, is, look, you're only as good as your offensive line as a quarterback, obviously. A Chris Cooper offensive line, that has me intrigued so much, because Lane Johnson is not just, hey, we'll see how this does. I mean, nobody's stout, but okay. I believe he used the phrase. I went back and I listened to it many times, maybe too many times. I'm pretty sure in his press conference when he was asked about the blocking scheme and having guard help, and he's never had guard help before and all that stuff, and how, linebacker is going to be forced to cover so many different things. I'm pretty sure he used the phrase when he listed all the things he liked about it. He goes, me likey. me likey. I'm like, he's flat out giddy about what he's going to be doing in this new blocking scheme. So
wait,
there's a
he's
lot
doing it. Chris Farley, me likey. Is that what he's doing?
I didn't even think of that.
Farley out on me.
Tommy want wingy. Yes, exactly.
Yes,
me likey.
Me likey.
That's right. You look like a Helen. Helen, let me tell you why I suck at being a salesman. Anyway, wow, that's great. That's exactly what he's doing. Yes.
What a good pull by you here. Hey, what's his name too? Was on the other day, Eskin, and he went on this rant about Utley making the Hall of Fame, and I said, dude, I'm sorry, man. I think Jimmy Rollins is more of a Hall of Famer than your boy Utley. And he's like, Utley should never make the Hall of Fame. Utley, and I'm like, you look at Utley's numbers, and you're like, they're pretty good, man. I mean,
for a second baseman, it's a lower bar.
But I look at Utley, though. Do you see Roberto Alomar? Like, do you see a guy like that when you see Chase Utley, or do you see even a Robinson Cano in a way? Do you see that with him?
Well, I mean, it's the talent versus substance. I mean, it's like Don Mattingly, for instance. You know what I mean? Like, you look at all the talent that he had, all the production that he had, but injuries and all that, did it cut it too short?
Yes.
And that's a first baseman. That's also a higher bar. A second baseman's a lower bar, and that's how the Hall of Fame does their voting. I would not be shocked at all if Chase Utley made it into the Hall of Fame. Jimmy Rollins kind of being the catalyst and the leader for that era of Phillies baseball. Gold Gloves, his franchise's hit leader, obviously. Home runs, power, stolen bases, triples.
He did it all.
He did it all. Yeah, if you're looking at the guy that you're also looking at a transition of power that he had with the Phillies with Jimmy Rollins, the famous Abreu trade that really shifted things over. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Rollins got in, or if Utley got in before Rollins, but Rollins got in a little bit later. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I would be surprised if Ryan Howard ever got in.
Really?
And because you talk about 5 incredible years, and you talk about 2 meh years, and then you talk about 5, this is terrible years.
Yeah, he's not Dick Allen.
And I mean, that was an era that showed me what a championship was in the city of Philadelphia. I mean, I went my whole life without ever experiencing that. So that team, as just from a fan's perspective, is near and dear. But being real about it, there's a lower bar at second base, so I could see a world where Utley gets in before Rollins, and then Rollins gets in shortly thereafter, and then I don't ever see it happening for Ryan Howard, unfortunately. And I was throughout his career a big Ryan Howard fan, But I think the last 5 years of his career, really, with the injury in the postseason and the post-surgery and then the post-surgery after that, that's eventually what's going to end up costing him, sadly.
Man, I remember that series, and because we were the flagship of the Rays.
Okay.
And I can't remember if it was between games 3 and 4 or 2 and 3. There was a rain out in Philly or something, and it was freaking freezing in Philadelphia. We went up, I think we went up, and bro, it rained like the heavens let loose, and it was butt cold, man. I couldn't.
Were you QAM?
What?
Was it QAM?
No, I was at WDAE.
Okay.
I was at DAE in Tampa.
Okay.
And we were the flagship of the Rays, and we're up there, and bro, it was so freaking cold, man. And I remember that series, but I thought that Phillies team, that from that 1980 team, that team versus the 80 team, that Rose team they had.
Yeah. I
know you had Carlton on that team, but man, that team was so good, that Rollins team.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. The two things: one was Jimmy Rollins in the Elmer Fudd hat with the earmuffs, and then the other was I don't know if I ever told you this. I watched the Rays beat the Red Sox for the ALCS. I watched them beat the Red Sox on the field at Raymond James in Tampa. That's Raymond James, right? Tampa.
It's Tropicana.
It's Tropicana. Is it Tropicana? No. I'm talking about the football team. I'm talking about Bucks game.
Oh, okay. It's Raymond James.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I can understand. Yeah. My bad. But we had a Sunday night game that night. I worked on the crew there. I think we've talked about this. I worked on the crew there for 11 years. And my first year on the crew was that World Series year of 2008. And after the Sunday night game, they put the Rays game on the Jumbotron, and a good, 3/4 of the stadium stuck around and watch that game. And I'm on the field. I happen to be wearing a Phillies t-shirt, and the Rays win, and people are yelling down to me, "See you in the World Series." I'm like, yeah, see you in the World Series, that kind of thing. And I just remember watching that final out there. I watched the last 2 innings on the field there at Raymond James as I was waiting to see who the Phillies would be playing in the World Series.
Dude, I was boys with Longoria, and I mean, really good friends with Longoria. And to see where that franchise was, Farzy, and how they got to the World Series, and how Joe Madden got that team there, man. I love Joe Madden. He used to come in my studio all the time, and we would just talk, and how he'd get guys like Cliff Floyd to play hard when they brought in guys. I mean, guess who the general manager of that team was? Andrew Friedman.
Wow.
The guy who's now with the Dodgers. He's the general manager of that team. Dude, they were taking pennies and rubbing them together, and they were just making, I think David Price was on that club too, if I'm not mistaken. And bro, that minor league system that they had there in Durham. And then but when I saw the Phillies team, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. This looks like, I mean, that's as good as it gets there, man. I mean, hey, let me sneak it in here with you. You think they do anything now? Do you think Mattingly has managed himself back into that position? I know his kid's in the front office now.
Yeah.
Do you think he has managed himself into wanting to do this job moving forward? Or do you think it's Alex Cora's job?
That's funny you say that. Managed himself, almost talked himself into. Oh wait, I still want to be a manager. I think it depends on how everything ends. I think right now he's enjoying the run and having, if not the best, one of the best records in all of baseball since he took over.
Yeah.
I think he's enjoying the run. I think he's going to savor the moment with his son and all that. But I think it's all going to depend on how it ends. Because, I mean, look, you would know more than me. Professional athletes, they got that taste in their mouth, and they can't get rid of it, whether it's a bad taste or a good taste. They want to keep on savoring the flavor.
It's a drug.
Or exactly. Or they go, oh, wait a minute, we're so close this time. Yeah, let's run it back next year. No. And I get to be around my son. That's great.
Yeah.
The Alex Cora thing is interesting because I think he's going to have options.
Mets.
And if you're and if you're the Phillies, are you gonna keep going back to him like, hey, come on, do you really mean that? Did you really mean to say no to me? That kind of thing. So, yeah, I think he's going to have a lot of options, and Don Mattingly might. Hey, look, he said the reason he took the job is because Dave Dombrowski asked him to. So if his son asked him to do another year, was he going to be like, no, screw it, I'm going to go.
I'm going to send you Alex Cora's number because I know you do work with Philly.
Yeah.
Philly baseball. I'm going to send it to you because he's a Hurricane, and I know him like really well. I've already asked him. He goes, and he's like, what do you think of like Philadelphia? I go, bro, if you like assholes like I do, you're going to love it. I said, let me tell you something. I go, I've never been in a city where I've talked to so many that remind me of me. And so I'm like, I think it's one of the best places that I've ever talked sports because they give a shit. And I go, I tell you what, dude, you're going to like it. Just do me a favor. Just make sure, you just mentioned Harry Callis. You think that, the curse of Harry Callis is what got Rob Thompson fired. Okay. Putting that thing up there in left field. All right. So Farzy, that's great stuff, man. It's always great to talk to you, man. I really appreciate you more than you know.
Right back at you, brother. Thanks.
You bet, man. Make sure you check out his fabulous work. Thank you, Mark Farzetta. All right. That's my friend there, man. Great stuff. And we really appreciate him more than you know here. All right. So we're going to pay some bills here. And we are going to give you our friends at Morgan & Morgan, the number one injury law firm in all of America for a reason. And it is because they win. With over $30 billion recovered, there is no firm like it. And I tell you about the family all the time in Pennsylvania here. Initially offered $650K, they ended up getting nearly $30 million in settlement. Or the family down in Florida that was initially offered $350,000, they end up getting nearly $12 million in settlement. Go on to forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. And do me a favor, you tell them Big Sales sent you.
There's a reason Detective Johnson is the gossip king.
Oh, did you hear? Jackie and Tom
are getting a divorce? Mm-hmm. Sad.
Well, I heard that Ashley
had work done on her face? Yeah, oof.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
Bathroom? Okay.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Oh, okay.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome to the Jet Setters and the High Rollers, to the Shot Takers and the Tastemakers. Welcome to the Viewfinders, the Thrill Seekers, and the Night Owls. Welcome to everything you could possibly want on one 5-mile island. Welcome to the Wildwoods. Book your stay today.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
Your gut says Miami is going to win, and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on sports grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on sports grid.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Yes, sir. Eagles miss an opportunity to get a good quarterback in the supplemental draft. They'll have to wait until next year to sign the kid, but that's all right. They'll sign him. They're going to need a quarterback after this year anyway. So, yeah, it's all right. Once they get through the 2026 season and see that they got to sign that guy to a $24 million contract, or excuse me, a $64 million contract, they ain't signing Jalen Hurts in those $64 million quarterback contract. It ain't happening. I disagree with Farzy. I think Howie's not answering to Julian unless they are offering him 1% of the organization. No way. My bold prediction is Howie winds up the GM of the New York Jets within the next 5 years. Absolutely. Dude, there's no chance. Get this. You know what's been definitely obvious this show today? You can't answer why Jalen Carter's contract hasn't been signed or even offered. You can't answer it. All the stupid shit that Jalen Carter is really great. I even heard Farzetta say it. All right, where's the deal? Where's the deal? Then where is it? If he's such a priority, where's the deal? Where's the money? Where is it? When's it coming? Hey, let's play a game here. Let's go to this asshole. What day do you think he's signing his contract? And we're going to hold people. Let me get a piece of paper out here. And I'm going to do some receipts here for some folks. M. Reyes, give me a date. M. Reyes. M. Reyes. First guy on the list. When's the deal? When's the deal? When's it? Hey, Reyes, give me a date. Come on, man. You got a big mouth. Monday. Oh, so Reyes is now pushing it off, and it can't be February 15th. It's got to be March to start the new year. So I'm going to say March 15th. March 15th, 2027. So there's no deal this offseason, according to him. Okay. Well, that's a big switch. This guy said this offseason last. Got to pay him now. What happened? I guess M. Reyes flip-flopped. No deal. Okay, let me write this down here. Birds. 10th to 74. No deal. Okay. Jason. No deal. You didn't flip-flop on anything? You told every person in here, and I went back and looked, that this offseason Jalen Carter would be signed. Now you're flip-flopping and saying it's 27. What happened? You told me last offseason you couldn't sign everybody. You didn't flip-flop? Either you flip-flopped or you're lying. Which is it? Either you flip-flopped or you're lying, dude. Which is it? You want to see receipts? We'll go back to what you said last offseason. Oh, I initially thought, I got it. The deal will be done by the start of training camp, 5 weeks. Okay, so you think they're giving him a contract when he's holding in. Is that right, Alfredo? So he's gonna hold out during training camp or hold in and not participate in all the drills. And that's going to motivate the Eagles to give in to a $36 million deal? Okay. Then Drew Rosenhaus wins. By the way, Alfredo, do you think that Drew Rosenhaus is taking less than $35.2 million? Yes or no? How about this? Huh? My friend, do you think he's what's the annual money? I want to make sure that I'm getting that right. Annual money. Look at all these guys flip-flopping in here. It's quite remarkable. Annual salary for Jeffrey Simmons. What is it? I think it's 35.2. 35.3. $35.3 million. Does anybody think that Roseman is going to get beat? Hold on. He's not getting $36 million? Well, then you ain't signing him. Then you're not signing him. Okay. Deshae's saying, not with the Eagles, though. That means, guess what? Rosenhaus wins. I agree. Hey, you may want the player. That's not how Drew's thinking. That guy's not going to take less than $35.3 million bucks. In what world? Oh, and by the way, if Carter goes into the year and he does play, Carter's going to demand a trade at the end of the year. And all depending on what the quarterback and how well the quarterback plays to the system. You know what I happen to think, guys? That Jalen Hurts and Jalen Carter maybe are connected together here. Because if they got to move off that quarterback, you're going to move Carter for multiple ones or maybe a 1 and a 3. Plus you have that 2028 first-round pick. Great way to move up in the draft. Let's see here. Bro, get this. Sports flip-flops. Player production. You don't look at it, guy. By the way, you know what all of you were saying last offseason? Nolan Smith should get a $25 million a year contract. Have you changed your opinions? I said that guy would never get that. What happened? Did you flip-flop, Joe? What happened, Joe? What happened on Nolan Smith? I don't care if Drew wins. Pay Jalen 36 and keep it moving. Bullshit. I'm not paying that guy 36. He's not a $36 million a year player. Seals, Howie only loses if you pay him, and he doesn't live up to it. If he pays him and Carter plays like a top DT, then it's a win. It's a win for, bro. It's a win for Roseman holding his ground and making Howie pay what he didn't want to pay. Seals, do you think the 7th rounder from Nigeria will make it in the NFL? No idea. No idea. None. Okay, none. No idea. Let's see. Let's get ready and go away from the psychotic spammers. Here we go. I'm more of a slides guy from the, well, players are evaluated on bell curves. 1 year he's here, 1 year he's here, 1 year he's there. Hey, by the way, how come you guys flip-flopped on Nakobe Dean? If Nakobe Dean was such a great player, why isn't he still here? What happened to Nakobe Dean? If Nakobe was such a great player, why is he not here? Because on draft night, when I went on the air here at JAKIB, I told you right then and there, you didn't want to hear it. When you drafted Jahad Campbell, that guy's days were numbered. This decision is going to be based on what side gives in first on Carter. Who will win, Sills? Rosenhaus. Rosenhaus will win. This might be a great take. Kim. This might be a great take. Davis is the key factor here. I haven't read it yet. They didn't expect him to play third down. Now you have a DT at $26 million versus north of 35. Kim, finish the takeoff. It's a great one. If Jordan Davis can show he can play third down and be effective, Carter's days are numbered. You're right. If Carter can't or Davis can't play third down, that helps the Carter camp. You're right. The $25 million and the $26 million, if Jordan Davis can show that he can play third down, you're dead right. Carter's gone. Carter is gone. Sills, I know you love talking in terms of who wins. I'm talking in terms of player contracts. But if he plays up to nobody loses. Also, you don't pay him and he plays like a top DT somewhere else. That is also a loss. Dude, if he goes somewhere else and plays like a superstar, or whether or not you pay him how he didn't want to pay him, Rosenhaus wins. Rosenhaus wins. Sills, we are Philly fans. Idiot. We flip-flop on players all the time, especially if they're not performing. I'm with you, Sean. I don't think it's a flip-flop. Player plays well. Hey, Sean, how many people do you think flip-flopped on Brandon Graham when he stunk for the first 5 years? Then all of a sudden when he came on late in his career, how do you think that played out? How much does Jason Light hate Howie for giving Davis all that money? Boy, I'll tell you, that's another one. Absolutely true. Man, I'll tell you, they got a bigger deal going on down there in Tampa with Vita Vea. Absolutely, they got a problem with Vita Vea. Vita Vea is making about $17 million a year, and Vita Vea is a spectacular football player. He's a great player, and he's holding in. Okay? And he's a great one. And so I agree. Yeah, that's a great take by Kim. Kim, great take, hon. Because you're right. If Davis plays his ass off, and say he ends up the season with 8 sacks, Carter's gone. Carter's gone. Okay? And they'll keep Moro Jomo. They'll keep a Jomo and sign him for lesser money at $25 million. I never said we wouldn't be wrong. I'm just saying that's part. Yeah, I mean, I got Sean. I'm not ripping you, man. Let's see. Let's see here. We got to get past the spammers here. Let's see here. Yeah, but I do. Here. Okay. Sills, I never liked Nolan Smith. Look, Nolan Smith's a good football player. He is. Nolan Smith's a good football player. He's just not a $25 million a year guy. He's not. Okay? I mean, he's just not a $25 million a year player. Many of you guys like Reyes and all these guys were sitting here telling me last year, now you got to pay Nolan Smith. No, you don't. I even think that contract you gave him with that 5th-year option, you gave it to him because you signed him as a first rounder. Nolan Smith is hey, by the way, how many people in here believe that Nolan Smith has played up to being a first-round draft choice? How many people believe that? That he's played into being a first-round draft pick. You think that guy's turned out to be a first-round pick? That's a bust pick by Roseman. That's been a bad pick. He's a 3rd rounder. He's not panned out. Nolan Smith hasn't panned out. You know, I had people say this, and people go like this to me and say, well, Sills, you know, Nakobe really played well here. He couldn't have played well. You know why? You let him go. If he was so good, why'd you let him go? I get toddler vibes from Carter, though. I'm not going to lie. Wish he could show some maturity. He might act right for a second. The next second, he's biting and spitting. Nolan is following the Nakobe trajectory. Slow start, injuries, flashes, might have a decent final season, then let go. Well, that seems to be like a tradition that you have for your football team. Okay? So let's play this out. If Howie trades Carter, if he could get a 1 and a 5 for an aging wide receiver, what do you think he's getting for Carter? At least 2-1. Never get 2 1s. Get a 1 and a 3 for him. You got to remember, too, dude, $36 million is on the other side of that. So you want me to give you a 1 and a 3 and pay $36 million on a contract extension for the guy? That's not happening. That's not happening. Okay? Think about if Davis can perform on 3rd down effectively, then in-season Crosby deal could be a factor. Dude, let me say this. If I were the Philadelphia Eagles, okay, and I was looking at improving my football team, Crosby, in my opinion, and keeping a Jomo, okay, that makes more sense than anything else that you could have if you're talking about improving your football team. Because here, like I said, what you've done by letting all these guys go, you've let more good players go than signed and retained. The answer is easy with Dean Sills. Dean was so great that he forgot to stay on the field. Sean, Well, then that was a bust pick, a third rounder, right? Then in your eyes, the Kobe Dean was a bust of a pick. Right? He never got a second contract in Philly. Is that right? The guy never got a second contract. If he didn't get a second contract and a second opportunity, and he's a third-round pick, as a matter of fact, that's got to be one of Roseman's worst picks, is picking in the third round. Eagles drafts. Let's see here. He's been great in the second round. So, well, we'll wait on this year. You didn't have one in 25. This Ty Robinson hasn't shown shit yet. Jalix Hunt was a good one. Tyler Steen has been a good one. Sidney Brown has been a bust. Jacoby Dean's no longer on the team. Wait a minute. Brown and Dean no longer on the team. Milton Williams no longer on the team. Was a great pick, but you never re-signed him. This guy, Davian Taylor, stunk. Rasul Douglas, you didn't do shit with him here. He left and went somewhere else. Isaac Seumalo was good. Jordan Hicks was okay football player. Josh Huff. Benny Logan. I mean, you let Williams go, which is crazy. You let him walk out the building. Couple things going on in the NFC East, too. We're going to get to that here in a second here before we close the show up here. Talking about the Cowboys here in a minute. Let me see. Let me go back here. Seals, do you not read sports articles in your downtime? I do. You also know the Browns were told no by Howie when they asked. That's not true. Not going down that lane. Dude, the Browns didn't want Carter, or they could have had him. Get this. This guy's trying to tell you that the Rams would give up a better football player in Jared Verse than Jalen Carter. Verse is a better player than Jalen Carter. He's more consistent, and he's at a more of a premium position, edge. Why would the Browns want a D tackle when I could get a premium edge rusher? Who would think that Carter's better than Jared Verse? He's not. He's not a better football player. Are you crazy? Dude, like I said, that's like saying that Carter's better than Quinnen Williams. He's not. Yeah. And Steve, that's my complaint. Like, M. Reyes all last offseason was saying that the Eagles were going to sign and they were going to give the contract this offseason to Carter. Well, in the process, you've let multiple players walk out of the door because you were planning on Carter. You got guys in here like, I don't know, somebody was in here, I think RC saying, hey, guess what? Their plan the whole entire offseason was Jonathan Grenard. No, it wasn't. Their entire offseason was to re-sign Phillips at first. And when they couldn't re-sign Phillips, they're pivoted toward Grenard. Dude. And they pivoted. And now guess what? They're here with Carter with no contract on the table. And once again, You know what you guys are saying now? Like Reyes has pivoted. Now he's saying 27. Oh, so you're going to let more players walk out the door like Ojomo next year. Okay. Man. All right. I mean, you can't be any stupider. Let's see here. Hey, dude, I like the Hicks pick. I think he was a good ball player. It kills me. We couldn't afford to keep Milton Williams. Hey, Jeff, if you had to look back on that now, do you think Howie would like to revisit that and have a mulligan on that? You think he would have let 2 players go? And one of them was $19 million. Now that you've not signed Carter, and you won't sign Carter this year until the offseason. You think he'd like that deal back? I was told by every single person in here, hey, got to sign Jalen Carter. You got to sign Carter. Well, that hasn't happened, and it's not going to happen. Joman Davis outperformed Milton's stats. Yeah, okay. So that means then you should keep Moro Ajomo over Carter then. Is that what you're saying, Twiz? Ajomo had better numbers than Carter. Is that what you're saying? So with your philosophy then, according to Twiz wants to keep Ajomo over Carter because he had better numbers. Is that right, Twiz? It's his first year eligibility for extension. Okay. These people are all flip-flopping now. Wow. And you can't even admit it. All last season. Okay, so wait a minute. Are you telling me, Twiz, according to what you're saying, relax, they're not going to extend Q or Cooper when their deals are up? Is that what you're saying? Because it's their first year of eligibility? It's also Gonzalez and the kid in Seattle's first year. You don't think they're going to extend them? Dude, what are you talking about? He's eligible for a contract extension. Everyone who gets eligible for a contract extension, like Will Anderson Jr., had years remaining on his rookie year. They were drafted the same time. What did Will Anderson Jr., who was in the same draft, what did Will Anderson Jr. sign for? Let's see. 3 years, $150 million deal, and was taken in the same 2023 NFL draft as Jalen Carter. Well, dude, what happened to that? So wait a minute. What happened to Will Anderson? They were drafted the same draft. He just got a contract extension of $150 million. How come Carter's not getting it? Why is Howie held to this standard like he's the only guy that loses good players? Last I checked, with all the turnover, we kept having a top 5 roster. If you think you had a top 5 roster last year getting blown out at the end of the year by the 49ers and getting run over by the Chargers, you were 7-7 last year. You were a 7-7 football season after the first month of the year, Liars Month. And you're making it sound like you had some great epiphany year last year. I think the defense did get better. I did. So we did talent-wise. They didn't play well. So Barkley played bad. Lane played bad. Cam played bad. The quarterback played bad. AJ played bad. Devontae had more drops than AJ. The entire offense played bad because of one man, Kevin Patullo. Toys, is that your take? Man. I mean, really? I mean, all right, so let me go to the Cowboys. So, the Cowboys this year, question mark. The story in 2026 for the Dallas Cowboys this year, how much better is Christian Parker going to make the Cowboys in the NFC East? If they can raise that defense from being a bottom 3 defense, the Cowboys are going to win 10, 11 football games. Their offense is just too good. It's the best offense in the NFC East by far. There's no offense in the NFC East at all that compares to the Cowboys. None. It's funny. I know that Eagle fans think that first-year coordinator Sean Mannion is going to change the dynamic of the Eagle offense without A.J. Brown. You don't have a better wide receiving core than Dallas, all the way down to the tight end. Their running back had a better year than Barkley. Their offense is superior. Their guards are better. Your tackles are better. That's where you are better in the offense. Nowhere else. Their number 1 receiver, their number 2 receiver, and their tight end is better. And their quarterback throws the ball better from the pocket. This is going to come down in 26 to the Cowboys on defense. Here's the Cowboys a year ago. What were the Cowboys? By the way, they should have swept you. Let's see, Cowboys. Let's take it the offense. Look at the offense. First, then the D. So the Cowboys had the number 2 offense in pro football at $391 a game. What were they in passing? They were second in passing. Running the ball, the Cowboys were 9th. Like, nowhere in God's name are you even remotely close. Eagles offense in 2025. The offense for the Eagles was ranked 24th. Passing, 23rd. Rushing, 18th. Like, where are you better? Like, where are you better? Now, okay, wait a minute. It's a great take. It's Parker's first time play calling too, dude. Okay. I agree. Well, don't have the assumption that Sean Mannion's going to be some fucking savior if you don't think that Parker is going to be in the same boat as him. The only difference is that Christian Parker's been a coach longer and has actually worked for a decent coordinator. I think Matt LaFleur is a good coordinator, so I'll take that back. But you're under the assumption that Mannion's going to be great, But Parker's going to suck. Why? He's got better offensive weapons. People complaining about Sills should just shut up and beat it. Hey, dude, let him. That's why Joe and I and Zander let the algorithm go. I don't care. It's all good. Dude, my friend, if you come in here and you complain about me for 4 hours, that's a win. Cowboys win the division. I agree. How is it a which one? You mean your offense is a garbage offense? Is that what you're saying? Steven, is that what you're saying? Because it's not the Cowboys offense. Believe it or not, there are some dudes on defense that will flourish in this new scheme. Sam Williams and Houston. So let's take a look at your defense. Okay. Cowboys were terrible. 30th in total. 32nd pass. 23rd in rush. Last in scoring. Hey, Cowboy fans, how many games did you win last year? I'm shocked with that defense that you won anything. That's terrible. The Cowboys were 7-9-1 with that defense, giving up 511 points. Dude. I mean, I don't know how you won 7 ball games. How did you win 7 ball games with that? Talent-wise, we have more on offense for Mannion to work. You're not more talented than the Cowboys. You think your wide receivers are better and that Hurts throws the ball better than Dak? Come on, man. Come on. Parker needs, get this. Dude. Dak was hurt in 23. If I'm not mistaken, Prescott was hurt in 23. No, he led the NFL in touchdown passes. They won 12 games. Let me take a look at this. Dak Prescott's defenses. What was the Cowboys? We're going to do this tomorrow. Rank in defense in 2021. They were 7th. '22. 6th. 23. Hold on. Tenth. These are pretty good years. Dak should have won more. 31st and 24. What were they in 25? So the last 2 years, really. 30th. Last 2 years, they've fallen apart. We're going to look at this tomorrow. defenses in the NFC. Guys, I appreciate you very much. Joe, thank you. 2 to 6 tomorrow, and we shall see you on the flip side.
There's a reason Detective Johnson is the gossip king.
Oh, did you hear? Jackie and Tom
Are getting a divorce? Sad.
Well, I heard that Ashley
Had work done on her face? Yeah, oof.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
bathroom? Okay.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Oh.